Alrighty then. And we're back. Um, Nature's weird. Let's see. Um, let's do a quick refresher of where we left off. We have what I've now learned from Lion Satan. Thank you, base god Lion Satan. Is I guess I should do this and then do this. Is it's not three as previously defined. It's 12. 6. It's 7. It's 12. It's 6, 10. It's 10. Technically 11 with the Higgs boson. So there's 11. Was it 11? I feel like it was probably more than that, but we'll call it 11. There's 11 particles that coalesce into material space, right? Those particles, those little bits of relationships between wave forces, right? Because it's actually not really the fact that there is particles of matter that manifest themselves, but it's more like relationships between waves and energetic functions, right? That being said, those relationships develop into into atom-like structures. Those atom-like structures develop into elements in which we call as the periodic table. The periodic table forms us reality as such. Reality as such is formulated into certain wavelengths of information, of energy, I guess, and those wavelengths are showcased in what we consider electron wells. Once the wavelength falls into a certain electron well, it gets looped in with the quote unquote gravitational, because it's not really gravity, but it's kind of like gravity, so we call it gravity. So I will call it gravity for the sake of this conversation. These kind of gravitational pulls, which upon further inspection, it's not necessarily like a pull that spirals in. I guess it does spiral in, but it spirals at such a thin rate that it's hard to even quantify it doing it. But it's definitely doing this. And in maybe 20,000 years, an electron will fall into the nucleus. Right? So that's happening. As that's happening, these frequencies are formulating. Well, the formulation of these frequencies are in this non-linear, non-local space-time continuum that doesn't let you understand where anything begins or ends. On top of that, the fact that there are particles that can somehow circumvent without any obstruction physical manifestations of matter, like the neutrinos. I should write that up here. Neutrinos. Like neutrinos. And neutrinos are the things, are particles of energy that are manifested from, let's say, the sun and theoretically everything else, that can go through solid states of matter in which we exist on and are able to capture with technology. So we know that they're there. The fact that these types of particle wave function, value, frequencies, whatever you want to call it, exist throughout manifested time-space continuum and through matter means that this is even more jarbled, garbledy, However, throughout all of this randomosity and non-local time-space of wave frequencies, functions, and value systems, we are able, through the personification of the I, manifest physical objects. The manifestation of physical objects is something that is subjective and has no necessarily no objectively real essence to themselves. However, the trans-subjective, the I to me space, the we space, allows for that thing to exist only because there is not only one observer but another observer. So that's where we left off. Right? What am I missing? What am I missing? The plum, because it can exist somewhere in this somewhere within this domain frequency of values of gravitational force that the nucleus of an atom contains. The photoelectric effect. The photoelectric effect is basically the fact of the matter that, let's say the sun over here, for instance, the sun has wave values that act and operate in a way that is not simply the wave, but more so the wave is a combination and an emergent aspect of energy, which doesn't necessarily make sense because how can a wave-like function hold energy? I don't necessarily see that as a problem. I think the energy is personified through the wave function. I don't necessarily understand why that is an actual problem. This is the fourth whatever of matter. But that's not actually what I wanted to get into. Oh yeah, and these things are like ripples, but the ripples can only happen inside of the ocean, right? Or let's say the pond for this instance. The pond has to exist in a solipsistic state with things around it and above it, right? You can't just have an ocean that has no relationship to anything. And this ocean the ripples are caused by an outside force of wind, right? So something outside of itself needs to exist in order for ripples of the ocean to even exist. However, the counter to this issue that is developed with the pond is, we can put it here actually since we've already got something like it, is the sun. In the sense that the sun self-luminates, right? So it's not a recursive It's not convolutory explosive. It's not recursively infinite. It is in it of itself, its own manifestation. Right? So keep that in mind. It's in it of itself, its own manifestation. The sun shines and it doesn't need anything else to shine for it. Right? So it's a little bit different than the pond analogy. Now, where it gets creepy, or where I think it gets weird, I guess I should say, is where the emergence of consciousness comes into place. We've used a lot of space over here. So my theory is not. It's a weird combination of two things. I don't necessarily have a fully formulated answer for it yet. But that being said, it boils down to these two concepts. I should do it in two different colors. So let's say that's an atom. There it is. And let's say that's also an atom, right? Two different atoms in specific time space. Let's say consciousness is inside of this atom, right? If consciousness wants to get to this atom, or wants to get to this space, right? It's got two options. It's got two options that it can do. It can take this and put it here, right? It can move the matter. It can conflate itself. I would call it conflation. It can acknowledge that this atom, this bead, this collection, this frequency of energy, right? It can take that matter and it can move that bit of matter and move it over here, like how we actually normally think, right? This is how we normally think. Or, what color was that? Yellow? Or, it could do what I'm now suggesting. Where are you guys? You guys over there? No, over there. Which is what I'm now suggesting, is that it doesn't take, actually, it doesn't take this atom. What it does is it moves itself over here and calls whatever this atom.
This is all based that consciousness has weight aka physical form your atom, correct?
Hold on. Why didn't you pop up on my chat bubble? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get this working. Because that's a problem. This working. Because that's a problem. Can I see you now? Ooh. Shit. Can I see you now? Ooh. Shit. And I can hear me now.
That doesn't sound right.
And I can hear me now.
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, probably because you are up. Oh, probably. There we go. Okay. Mic check. Cool. I can't hear myself. And I can see you.
Every time I come in break shit.
You definitely do. But it's fine. This is all based that consciousness has weight, aka a physical form. A physical form, your atom, correct? A physical form, aka your atom. Right. Like we like to say like if you really think about it, it's like your brain forms from the pineal gland, which forms all this, which forms all this, which forms all this, and then it creates the brain, which creates the spinal system, and blah blah blah, right? So it's like this is your brain. Your brain is from your pineal gland outward. I'm suggesting the idea based off of all the information that we have that it's not materialistic. It's not physical. It can't be physical. It can't exist. It can't. The only way that it could physically manifest itself what? I never thought of it as a physical object before. Then it can't be an atom. It can't be an atom. But think about it like this. Okay, hold on, because I don't know if you caught all of this stuff. Think about it like this. Hold on. I actually had Lion Satan up here who has a degree in quantum physics. Who would have guessed he had a master's degree in quantum physics? I just got here, started causing trouble. So think about it like this: when you really look at it, these base bare bone elements, the quarks, right? The quarks, I think those are called leptons. Higgs boson. I don't remember the other ones actually, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Those little basic elements are not even elements. The same way that you need two instances. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, okay. The same way that you need two instances of the first dimension in order to make the second dimension, right? You need two instances of the second dimension in order to make the first dimension, right? You need two dots to make a line. You need 2 points to make a line, but you need 2 lines to make a point. So there's this dualistic relationship that says that basically, from my understanding, is without the relationship of two fluctuations of frequency, which is 2 fluctuations of frequency, you'll never actually get anything. You won't get these quarks. You won't get these bare bone base things. These things are developed by a frequency doing this and a frequency doing this. And them doing that makes a quark, right? So it's not, and then you have to think, well, it's not just simply that, it's also, I have to sneeze, that right next to it. Excuse me. So we live in this, actually. If we want to be real, this is what we live in. This is our physical manifestation of reality. Non-local, non-linear time-space of different frequencies that envelop and engulf each other. Somehow, through all of that, our consciousness creates solid structures. Not only does it create solid structures, but it creates time-space that you could say, oh, this tree has a branch that juts outward from it. The only way that you would be able to tell that it's outward is by superimposing your conscious will onto it. Without doing that, there's no difference physically. Physically meaning physics-based. There's no difference between that and the air atoms around it. There's no difference. There's no difference between them at all. They're all made from the same bare bone premises of those relationships over there. Right? So, that being said, there's only one true constant.
In with you so far.
Perfect. So that being said, there's only one true. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. On top of the fact that this exists, we have this phenomenon, which is there was a guy who took a picture of the sun at night through Earth. He took a picture of the sun on the opposite of Earth. These things are called neutrinos. You can Google it if you don't believe me. They're called neutrinos, and basically, the sun, the blue refraction, because the reason why the sky is blue, by the way, is because, right? We all know this picture. We all know this picture, but I'm gonna draw it out just a little bit, just so we all get the proper understanding. Right? Right? You guys get what I'm saying. The thing, right? Blue light's reflected more than the others. Perfect. Exactly. So this blue, outside of the blue, we could say there's this, right? And then further on, whatever. But within that, we have particles of actual light, of actual energy, of actual particles that exist that can move through solid matter in our understanding. It can move through solid matter as if it's nothing. Not only can it do that, but it can also be captured with the camera that we use of our own technology, which I'd argue isn't necessarily that great. So these things have a profound influence on us. These things have a profound influence on what physics means, because it means that there are things that exist that can go through solid matter, which means matter isn't necessarily the end all be all state of these quarks, elements, and like none of this actually necessarily matters, because we have things that can go through it. The same way that we go through wind, right? So I want to leave the analogy of, like, imagine a flock of birds, right? And then a plane going through them, right? Like, for the most part, the flock of birds is gigantic, and if you looked at it from far enough, you would see the flock of birds doing this around the plane, right? And you would ignore the flock of birds that are getting just absolutely splattered from here. You look at it from far wide enough, that makes sense, right? The flow of wind, right? But no one acknowledges the fact that
Because the things are so small, they travel through the earth. You get it?
Okay, cool. I'm trying to keep this as clean as possible. Okay, so, and then
Your
this...
PP.
Your PP, no. So my idea... Can I make this black? There we go. My idea, my concept, my lunatic fringe ideology, this is my dreamed up whatever, is this. This is what it is. This is what it boils down to. In the midst of all of this, the only thing that actually exists is not the tree, is the consciousness that believes itself to be a tree. That's it. Only the consciousness of belief is the tree. That the conscious state, it's like it's like this. It's a fractal system. It goes in order for a human. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me finish this off before you challenge it, okay?
I understand your theory.
Okay, cool. So it's like, in order for a human, which would develop recursive thinking, right? It develops recursive thinking, It can think, well, I am hungry, right? Let's go with hungry, right? I am hungry. The only way that that could exist is if from that was the the feeling of I am hunger, right? And the only way that that could exist is the feeling, right, of, I don't know why I made it a different color, that was stupid, of, you know, there's something wrong with me. And the only way that can come from that is the feeling of I need to exist. The will, I guess I did that backwards. It goes will to exist. The will to exist. I got it. Okay. Hold on. So it goes will to exist created the universe. Oops. Right? The will to exist, just the will to exist, outside of the universe is non-existence. So then, inside of the universe, it developed relationships, because just existing isn't enough. It needed to create something that would say, this is good, and this is bad, right? This is positive towards my will to live. This is the antithetical existence of my will to live, right? And then it just branched. It just branched from there. Well, I need matter, which means I need stars. If I have stars, that means I need black holes. I need something. If I have repulsion, I have gravitational attraction. If I have heat,
You're talking about the evolution of matter, right?
it has to be, right? Like it's like the step above evolution of matter is the will. And the will, the only way that
You're making it sound that way.
What do you mean I'm making it sound that way? I can't argue, I can't figure out, I mean, I've listened.
But what is will?
Will is from the Christian perspective, will is logos. Will is the word. That's will. It's something that says it's not necessarily English. It's, well, you know what I'm trying to say here, right? Like, it's not to the Islam perspective. It's Arabic, actually. It's Arabic.
He was referring to the evolution of matter.
The evolution of matter. What do you mean? What is will in the evolution of matter? Will is will. It's. See, this is the thing. So we like to go from this up, right, and say, well, okay, well, if I'm this and I think about this and I think about this and I think about this, then I just recursively go all the way back infinitely. It turtles all the way down, as Robert Sapolsky likes to say. Okay. I don't think it does. Will is the top thing that started it all, but what made the will? I think what made the will is nothingness. That's what I think. I think above here, right? Because this is what you're talking about. What is the primordial thing? The primordial thing that created it, right?
So the Big Bang rule.
I think the Big Bang is here. That's where I think it is. Okay. That's what I think. I think there's no way that you could have had this is the example. This is the personification, right? We have ripples. Ripples are real. You can't deny that ripples of the ocean aren't real. In this case it's a pond, but whatever. But ripples are manifestations of what happens when the wind above moves the ocean.
Smack dot us and watch the ripples.
So then that allows for the recursiveness, right? Okay, well, what made the wind? Well, what made the wind is actually the sun that we know. It's the sun that would make the wind. Or what made the earth? What made the earth is the stars that exploded and turned into, iron cores that developed gravity, that created ripples that would bring things in that did the thing. I don't think that's I don't think it's recursion. I think consciousness is it's self-illuminating. That's what I think it is. It's not that you need you don't need something to light up the sun. The sun lights itself. Right? The sun lights itself. The sun creates its own shadows, the sun creates its own illumination. The sun we use its illumination to develop ourselves. We create solar energy, which means the sun not only has wavelengths of photons, but it has electrons as well, because we wouldn't have been able to create our electromagnetic blah blah blahs. There's tons of things about the sun that is self-sufficient. Hold on. And like the sun, our awareness, which I define consciousness. I define all of this: will, logos, the word, consciousness. I forgot to spell consciousness. I defined all of that, all of this is spelled it wrong. Discernment. Discernment created will. Will created logos. Logos created the word created consciousness. And that's where we are at. Consciousness is nothing more than a belief system. That's it. That's it. That's our nature. We are belief developed on consciousness that is actualized through the word, manifested in religion as the logos, personified as the will, differentiated by discernment. That discernment allows us to go into this non-local quantum non-linear pathway, find other belief systems, and have those belief systems manifest into physical objects. That's it. Like, that is nature. That is our nature. And that is the only thing that turns anything into anything. Discernment is the ability to perceive, understand, and judge things clearly, especially those that are not obvious or straightforward. It can also be defined as a wise way of judging between things or a particularly perceptive way of seeing things, for those who are wondering. Yes. Right? Because this is the most accurate picture you'll ever see of anything. This is what it is. I mean, I could draw that this goes to the back of the brain, which leads to our optical systems, which develops into its own brain, right? I could draw all that, but I don't need to, because the eye is good enough. But that's what it is. We see this wave of everything. We personify it, we actualize it, we look at the belief system, and we move in and we showcase it. B or B. All right, hold on. Okay. Okay. So where the lunatic fringe theory comes from? Uh-oh, why'd that go up? Hold on. There we go. Okay. Ooh. I can't tell where my... Okay, cool. All right. So, because of all of this, right? Because nothing else actually matters. None of this, you could branch this off into however many pieces you wanted. You could fractalize, which is why we like fractal systems, which is why they look so cool, is because they're little small manifestations of reality. It's little fractal pieces. How am I facing the wrong way? Nice. So the theory that I have, or the theory that I guess I'm defending, is that, which I actually haven't seen in all of my research, I haven't seen this theory, is that in all of this, right, in all of these frequencies and waves, actually, I like that this is here. In all that I've seen, no one says that this black is a belief system. No one says that. No one says that, let's say, a person standing here isn't actually the material substrate of itself, but it's the belief system that is standing there. I was letting you know that I was back. or the knife right? It has a little pseudo proto consciousness that allows it to believe that its metallic pieces together are its own belief system. It's all belief. It's all just this weird belief that it is what it is. Now, we have 30 million years of evolution. You guys are over there. We have this belief of 30 million years of evolution, which means we have 30 million years of belief systems, values, codes, feelings, thoughts, all inside of the primordial atom, which the primordial atom broke off due to mitosis, right? Developing, creating relationships, understanding its own essence in context to other essences, right? We developed from and this was created from basic subatomic elements, or from elements which came from subatomic particles, or which came from particles which came from subatomic particles, and those particles create the universe. But those particles, wait, hold on, let me reverse that. Came from elements, which came from particles, which came from subatomic particles, which came from wavelength interactions, relationships, right? You can't be hot without understanding cold. You can't. Cold doesn't come before hot. Cold and hot come at the same time. They're the perfect relationship. And that relationship created the universe. It took us 30 million years. Think about how short of a time it took AI computers to evolve from a light bulb to being almost free thinking. Like what, 200 years? Imagining it in 10,000 years. So that's exactly where I was actually headed with this. Technology. We have been able to extrapolate at least this bit, right? This bit right here, that's AI. Actually, no, I take that back. This bit, logos, that's AI. Logic, communication, developmental strategies in order to understand the world. That's AI. What is that? Did I fuck that up? Arabic. There we go. Which means
Wouldn't will be I.
Wouldn't will be AI? I would say will can't be AI because AI needs a prompt.
What we have is machine learning.
Right. I understand machine learning. I understand AGI. I've used it to develop my own little proto AI build through Python. But will is the actualization. That's why I differentiate between these two, because will is the personification of actualizing what it is. Logos is the logic and the development of what you want to happen. And you need to have, for AI, the issue with AI is that it needs a prompt. That's why. It needs a prompt. It doesn't activate until you tell it to speak. So it has no will of itself. It has the logos. But we are in the process of developing. I could probably do that with a different. No, we can keep it with the same color. A GI, which is automated. I think it's artificial generative intelligence. Okay. It has no will until we give it will. Exactly. So at the crux, the essence of human experience is none of this. It's not even this. The essence of human experience is will. That's what it means to be a human. Dogs, octopus, trees, they have belief, they have consciousness, they have word, because animals communicate. You could probably argue they have logos, but they don't have will, in my experience. They have a type of proto-will, or a proto-logos, I guess. They don't have developed speech, I guess. Or maybe it's not bottom up, but it's top down. Maybe they have discernment and they have will, but they don't have logos, right? They speak to other trees. Like there is a scientifically proven study that, let's say, this was another tree, right? We could say that this is another tree. That this tree, that if this tree developed cancers, right, it would communicate through its roots to the next tree. And the other tree will start developing let's just call them antibiotics, because I don't know what they're actually called. But they can cultivate defense mechanisms towards this tree, which the roots don't actually touch. They go through, like, I don't know what they do, but they don't actually touch. But trees interact with each other. They communicate with each other in a very important manner. So I can't say that they don't have word. So maybe it's not word. Maybe, or I guess word is logos. So maybe it's not consciousness. Maybe it's not recursive consciousness. Maybe they have logos which they could communicate with each other in a word of their own, and that word allows them to communicate. But they don't have consciousness. They don't know that they're trees, right? That's what I'm saying. They don't know that they're trees. Dogs don't know that they're dogs. Octopus don't know that they're octopus. We know that we're human. That's weird. But we actually don't even know what we are. We believe that we're human. I'm facing the wall. This is so hard to do. Okay.
Funny story. People believe they are cats.
People believe what? People believe they are cats? I think, belief, I think all of this, like there's this phrase, there's this saying that this is what reality is. It's a snake. Reality is a snake, and we are trying to stay on the back of a snake. Right? That's what I think it's Jewish. There's some parable about how the fact that we're trying to stay on this winding snake of you know of making sure that we're not too far left, we're not too far right, we're not too border intense, but we're not so border lax that anything can be a part of us. I think the people who think that there are other things than what they are, I think they're pathologically disabled. I think it's a psychological issue that they deal with. Same thing with the theys and thems. Same thing with the not the trans, because there are intersex people, but those who like reject their physical manifestation. And it's not just simply that, because there are people who there's this study in which they took men who needed to have their penis removed, their testicles cut off because of their cancers, right? They had cancers, and they juxtaposed that to the people who willingly had it cut off because they were transsexual individuals. And the men who believed that they were men, who wanted to be men, they experienced phantom limb syndrome. But the people who were transsexual, who believed that they were born in the wrong body, who wished that they were women, they did not experience phantom limb syndrome. Which to me, that says that your conscious belief systems are independent of your physical body. They are a separate thing in and of itself. And because of that study, because of that factoid, I guess, if you want to call it, because of that, it tells me that, let's say this guy believes that he has 2 working arms, a body, and 2 legs and an eyeball, right? If he believed that, and I cut off that arm, it's going to take a long time, probably a couple months, right? It'll take him some time to come to the understanding and the belief that this is gone. He's still going to believe phantomly, consciously, he's going to believe that that's there. And it causes the same amount of aches and pains that phantom limb syndrome creates, right? It allows, and in my mind, it's because the conscious field that personified him is incorporating this aspect of him. And when he realizes that he can't manifest within this materialistic, the material belief system, then it causes even more pain. Because it's also the fact that it's gone. Because how can you feel pain in your arm if you don't have an arm? You can't. You physically can't. That doesn't make any sense. It only makes sense if your consciousness believed that there was an arm there. So, with all of this, there seems to be no other answer other than the fact that consciousness is one of these relationships between frequency value systems that were created with the 12 primordial relationship elements, and after a course of 30 million years, they developed into these things that manifested themselves as physical entities based on nothing but a belief system. Right? This body is not the same physical body that
I
is
can
laying
see
in bed
your
right
point.
now. It's not laying in bed right now. The matter that's laying in bed right now is already there. The conscious belief system is going to walk through my house and lay into the bed. It's going to believe that its gravitational force is what's dragging it down in the bed. And all of that's going to be necessary for me to walk there. And I was trying to figure out, like, how do you argue against this? Because I do challenge my own belief systems. The only reason why I've thought about this for the last 8 months. So, but if I believe I can fly, can I? Exactly. So this is the point where I was going for. If I believe that I was, banging Megan Fox, I'd have to battle 30 million years of belief systems. Think about it like this. How do you realize that it's almost impossible? It's almost impossible. It's actually called an ontological shock. There's a name for it. It's an ontological shock. It's almost impossible.
So you're saying you have a chance?
What I'm saying is, yeah, I mean, everyone's got a chance, right? I mean, there's people who are fucking nobodies who look disgusting begging Look at Ariana Grande's fucking boyfriend. He's fucking disgusting. But what I'm saying is, imagine trying to convince a Trump supporter that Trump is bad. I mean, the caucuses have already said 47%. Even if Trump was proven guilty, he's still capable of being the president. And that's because the belief system is way more
A
important.
good example of what you are asserting is when mothers lift cars off of the kids.
Absolutely. When mothers lift cars off of kids, it's like all those belief systems of I'm a weak, whatever, they get circumvented. I would say it's not that they stop believing that they are unable to lift cars. I would say that belief system gets undermined by the belief system of I need to do whatever I need to do in order to make sure that my kid's safe. It has nothing to do with the fact of their muscle power. It has nothing to do with their like, oh, well, I'm actually too weak or whatever. It's not just simply adrenaline. Adrenaline is the manifestation of that belief system undermining the I'm too weak to do it. That's what we personify it as. But that's
Not
not
to
what
be a
it is.
killjoy, but I think this is the training process for Neo in the Matrix.
Not to be a killjoy, but I think this is the training process? What do you mean? I actually never watched The Matrix. I understand Neoplatonism. I understand how Neo in The Matrix is a personification of Neoplatonism, but I've actually never watched The Matrix. Is this what he does? This undermining system that says it's actually all in your belief? I do remember someone saying like, oh, it's impossible to bend the spoon because there is no spoon. Is that, like, there is, if you believe you can do it, then you can. It's like stopping bullets or jumping between buildings. Yes, but I think that you couldn't do that because your current understanding is not going to beat out 30 million years of evolution. We're not Neo in that sense. He wills it or believes it into existence. Yeah, so I think, and that's actually the Socratic, the Plato's closet actually, or Plato's cave, going out, understanding what the reality is actually, and then going back in and being like, hey, what we understood is totally wrong. And that undermines those 30 million years of evolutionary belief systems in order for you to be able to do these things. That's why it's the yogis who are able to walk around in the Tibetan tundras in their fucking gimp suits unscathed. I think you need to watch it not as a film but as an educational part. I can check it out. I'm not against watching it. It's so green. That was my argument, is that it's so green. Hold on.
Contact, and then I put my mom, right? That's a phone number, and okay, maybe it's the home phone number, right? I tried. Listen, I tried, and then I put it also in the home phone number, just in case, make sure everything fill out, my parent, and then let him do what. See, everything is filled out. Everything is filled out. Click save. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this?
Hold on, chat. I say chat. It's just you and me, Magic. I'm pretty sure. Let me open this up. You and Magic, who is in here with me? What do you mean? You're Magic. You heard about the guy that froze to death in a refrigerated car because he believed it was on? Like, legit froze, according to the coroner. Really? So that's another example. Like the placebo effect. I think I actually do know what you're talking about, where he's like he's writing down that it's getting colder and that he thinks he's gonna die. But also doubling down on that example. Doubling down on that example, the guy who was put on death due to firing squad, no one hit him, and he died because he believed that he would die. Right? And then he had a heart attack due to fear, but it's like that's still a belief system. It's still the belief system. The intense stress wouldn't. That's not a thing. Like, how think about it like this. When you're talking to a person who is schizophrenic or paranoid or has high anxiety, it's not that what they actually think is going to happen is happening. For all three examples, it hasn't happened. Right? It's a belief system. I believe that when I go up there and tell them that, they put eggs on my... Hey, what's up, Dreams? No, I get what you're saying, and it's all adding up. I just haven't gone this deep in a long time. It's really weird, man. I've been doing this. I've been thinking. I've been listening. I've been studying. I've been researching about this for like the last 8 months. The last 8 months, and it's gotten me to this point. It's gotten me to the point that my physical body is nothing more than my own belief system. It's a level of depersonalization that's been deeper than anything I've ever experienced before in my life. It's really weird. I used to think about this shit back in bed in middle school. Hi, Dreams. What you been up to? Hold on. Sup, all? How's it going, Dreams? You want to get a quick run through of what's going on? I was wondering what type of LSD stuff you got going on in stream in 2024. I want to do some more interesting things, but this has been stuck in my brain for so long that I had to get it out. Did you guys know that Lion Satan has a goddamn quantum physics master degree? Who would have fucking guessed?
Turn around.
Turn around. Which way? What do you want to look for? Hold on. There we go.
I don't want to stare at your ass all night too.
I probably won't do this all night. I do have it plugged in, but I probably won't do this all night. I kind of already preached my point, but I like for people to I see Planck's constant in there. I'm here for it all. Okay. So let's just do a nice recap of everything, so that I can turn this into a video segment. Starting now. Okay, so we've got 6, 6, 12. Is that 6? 6 plus 6 is 6 times 2 is 12. Okay, we've got 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We've got technically 17 primordial. Okay, actually, let me rephrase that. In all of reality, nothing exists except relationships developed based off of wave patterns. These wave patterns have created what are known as quarks, leptons, pronons, something, and the Higgs boson. I don't remember what these two are actually. But we've got these base subatomic particles. These subatomic particles create these atoms. These atoms and these combinations of subatomic particle relationships create the atomic structure of chemical processes. This atomic these atomic chemical processes create what we know now as all of reality. All of reality. Where do I go with this? Where do I go with this? All of reality is manifested in atoms. This is a deep dive into atoms. It shows wave functions. The photoelectric effect basically says that. Let me see if I can figure out where I wrote that, where I drew that. I don't know what that is actually. Basically, the photoelectric effect says that the wavelengths or photons, right? Photons have electrons in them. Photonic waves have electrons in them, which give power, and they influence atoms. They influence them in these electronic wells, so to speak. Over here, what is this? Oh, so the green is the first dimension. The same way that you need. Did I not draw that somewhere else? I think I drew this over. No, I drew this over here. the same way that you would need two aspects of the first dimension in order to make the second dimension, you need two aspects of the second dimension in order to make the first dimension, right? So there's this dualistic relationship between these primordial entities, primordial relationships. Maybe start with the tree thing. Magic. This is magic. Imagine this is Lonnie's opening call to a few out of bar. Fitting on the bar, it may work. Okay. Fair enough. So we have these frequency relationships, these frequential relationships that create these primordial elements that emerge into elements that emerge into what we quantify as reality, right? Which is this. It's this non-local, which is this non-local, non-linear time space in which these frequencies fall into each other. Now, over here we have neutrinos. Neutrinos are these these electron particles. These particles that contain electrons in them, as far out from, basically the way that this is that someone took a picture using capturing neutrinos of the sun at night on the other side of the planet, which tells us that there are particles that can move through solid matter. They can move through solid mass. Even the blues. And the reason why I put the blues is because, oh, that's what this is. Is because what the blues represent is, so we all know the triangle, right? The triangle. The reason why we only see, the reason why the sky is blue is because Earth is right there. That's why the sky is blue. Because it just doesn't reach these other, and you can tell because I won't get into it. Believe me, the sky is blue because of the pyramid. We are in the blue space. At the edges of the pyramid, our particle pollution allows us to see into the orange and the reddish space. And sometimes it allows us to see into the green space at the last second. So if you want to look for green sunsets, it's physically possible. So that's another aside. But basically, what this picture of neutrinos of the sun tell us is that there are particles that move through solid matter, which means this is what our reality looks like. Non-local, non-linear, frequency-based interactions of energy. Somehow, through all of these non-linear, non-local frequency-based interactions, we absorb it into our eye and we personify it in physical space as solid objects. Right? I think that we are able to do this only because maybe I go here. Maybe I go here, right? I'm still developing this. So if you can help me parse these pieces together, then that would help. But the only reason why I think that this, but that's not enough, because this story here only can exist in relationship of one entity to another entity. So the concept, the evolutionary history of matter as such is nothingness, the will to exist, Big Bang, into what did I say? It was yin and yang. It was existence and non-existence. If you have the will to exist, you can have the will to exist, but that doesn't change the fact that non-existence needs to exist in order for you to have existence. So outside of this will, this universal will to exist is non-existence, right? Inside of non-existence, you have the thing that will help you exist, the things that will make you exist, and then you have the things that will make you non-exist. Based off of that, you can develop relationships, you can develop hot and cold, you can develop warm and soft, you can develop relationship. Based off of that, based off of the word relationship, I can go over here, which is, this one sounds jumbled. Yeah, I think I've lost it when I was re-putting it. The reinterpretation is fucking with me. Okay, hold on. Because it made a lot of sense, and I think I'm losing myself somewhere. What didn't I explain to justify this proposition? You have relationships of frequencies which create subatomic particles, which create actual particles, which create elements. The elements exist in a space-time continuum based off of three-dimensional particles that are necessary to develop, or four-dimensional particles. That's what this is. Oh, that's what this is. Four-dimensional particles which help develop the universe. The universe is nothing more than the frequency of non-local, non-linear energy spaces. The non-local, non-linear energy is then converted by consciousness into forming physical entities. The physical entities are nothing more than manifestations of discernment, right? Am I in the evolution of atoms? The evolution of atoms. Atoms evolve. That's emergence. Quarks create quarks, leptons, the Higgs boson, pronons. I don't know what the G stands for. They develop into atoms. Atoms develop in different quark combinations, which develop elements. Elements develop into, but even the elements are conscious. That, like, I don't think I'm personifying that the proper way. The Elegant Universe by Brian Greene. I don't know what that is. But the only reason why carbon is whatever it is, or helium is one atom and one proton and electron or whatever, is because of the belief that they are that. So reality was created by, what was it? It was discernment creates will creates logos. Logos is personified by the word, which is also Abrahamic according to certain religions. The word is actualized through consciousness, and consciousness is nothing but a belief system. So, in the midst of this non-local, non-linear space, the only thing that turns a tree into a tree is the relationship between this entity's observational discernment amongst this non-local frequency and this collective belief system that it is a tree. Does that make sense? Dreams? Does that make sense? I'm listening. I got here late. I know, I'll probably turn what I put previously before this into a video just because I think I said it more cohesively before you got here. But I think I wrapped it up a little bit. Wrapped it up pretty well. So, my argument, my lunatic fringe ideal is this. It's not that particle A developed consciousness and then moved to location B, right? Particle A, location B, it moved particle A into location B. That's not what I think it is. What I think it is that consciousness resided in particle A, and then it moved to reside in particle B, and whatever particle B is, whatever relationship that is, was heavily influenced by consciousness, by the same consciousness that allowed it to move, so that whatever it is in location B is now consciousness A. Does that make sense? So that's why trees don't move. Because trees don't have, where do we go with? Trees don't have logos. They don't have logos they have what would be personified as a proto-logos. Or a proto-will, probably, because they can communicate, but they don't act like the way that this is told is that if this tree developed cancer cells through its root system, it would be able to interact with this other tree, and this other tree would develop proteins that would help defend against those cancer cells. So we use that to help us understand that these things actually do communicate with each other. But they don't speak. They don't know. They don't have consciousness. They don't have beliefs, because beliefs are a prerequisite of consciousness. They don't have consciousness because consciousness is a prerequisite of the logos. They don't speak. They communicate, but they don't speak. Logos is speech. Logos is the word. The word is what is manifested by the will. The will is personified by discernment. You can't have hot without cold. You can't have hard without soft. You can't have human without non-human. Right? We got into a little bit about AI. AI, it has logos. I think AI, what I think AI did is AI is a personification of logos. It doesn't have a will because it can't interact with itself. It can't generate itself yet, which is why I put AGI. It can't formulate its own opinions, thoughts, processes. It can't do any of that. It needs a prompt. That's why AI is it's a manifestation of logos. It can't go this far, and it can't originate from something else. It needs us. It needs a belief. The belief is all that there is to justify, like I put it in black, to justify this tree's existence. This tree only exists because its belief is coherent with this belief. With I's belief. I's belief is only coherent because it has a will to live. Right? Its will to live says you need to adapt to this. In order for it to adapt to this, it needed to understand these different forms of consciousness. Oh God, not again. Lion Satan, hold on. We've extrapolated a lot more in this. So what do you think about this, Lion Satan? This is let's see. We got a little bit further. So there was nothing. Then we had a will to exist, right? We had a will to exist. The will to exist created the Big Bang. The Big Bang created a threshold, a physical manifestation of the threshold of the will to exist. Everything outside of the universe that we know doesn't exist, right? It can't. Physically, or physics, mathematically, it cannot exist because it's not part of our reality. If it did exist, then it's something outside of our reality which doesn't exist. When you consider your ideas with the double slit experiment, dude, I haven't even started with the double slit experiment, but yes, hold on. Let me see where you're going with this. Your ideas with the double slit experiment, observer effect, and quantum eraser experiment. Not sure I could actually pose a credible argument against much here. Although I think a lot of liberty is taken with the words belief and will. Okay, hold on. So, correlating it with the double slit experiment, right? Double slit experiment, let's just say it does that with no observer, right? With no observer, it does that, right? With no observer, that's what the double slit experiment does. With an observer, it does this, right? That's a double slit experiment. We can put an observer here, looking that way. That's what the double slit experiment tells us. It says that conscious observers have an active participation, have an active influence. I think there's actually another one here, isn't there? Or is it just one that goes through the slits? That one I'm not entirely sure of. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I know that it's this one. I don't know if there's another one that looks for here. But it says that conscious observation has an active effect on reality as such. That's what the double slit experiment tells us, philosophically. What about the double slit? An observer can be just a particle. Am I getting the nuance of the double slit experiment wrong here? Because that was what I understood. Oh wait, yes? Yes, I'm getting the nuance wrong, or yes, that's what it means? Hold on. I'll do this. I'm sitting in lectures. You don't have to stay in the whole time. If you want to hop in and let me know what's up and then peace, that's fine. But from my understanding of the double slit experiment, is
I
that
also have a sore throat, by the way.
oh, welcome. That's no problem. I'm also kind of a little sick. Um, from
Oh.
what I understand of the double slit experiment, is that with no observer, there was this wave-like ending in which there was more than just the two slits in which the atom could have gone through, or the electron could have gone through.
Yeah, so let me just because I was listening to what you were saying earlier.
Okay.
The double slit experiment, the way you did it, showed the results is correct.
Okay.
The issue with what I'm saying is incorrect is that there is no aspect of consciousness. Doesn't have to be a conscious observer. It
How?
could just be another particle. I could just put like an atom there, and the result would be the same.
Well, that doesn't necessarily harm my theory because consciousness doesn't necessarily need an atom to exist in it. It's non-material.
Yeah,
Right?
but
You can
the conscious. So what do you mean by conscious?
like consciousness. It's non-material. It's not a physical manifestation developed by subatomic particles. It can't be. You can't have a you can't have these the way that I've understood it is that you can't have neurological processes develop consciousness. Consciousness is somehow outside. It's an experiential phenomenon that doesn't need uh, or use physical space time.
Isn't consciousness just a response to stimuli?
No, because I would say no because um because octopus exist. Because octopus are incredibly intellectual creatures that do not
Mm-hmm.
have consciousness. They're not conscious. They're just intellectual. They're kind of like they're like super drones. Like if we called animals drones, octopus is a super drone. It's incredibly smart, but it evolved past the necessity for consciousness.
So what? So okay, but that doesn't describe what consciousness is.
Right? But whatever consciousness is, it's not physically manifested um, based off of external stimuli. Because an octopus with eight brains and an intellectual, you know, library of everything that it could possibly understand has no consciousness. It's not a conscious
Why does it
creature.
have no conscious? What makes it not conscious?
That I don't know. That you could probably argue, but from the biologists that I've listened to, they have said octopus aren't conscious creatures. They're just very smart creatures. The same way that you would say that a computer isn't a conscious creature. It's a smart thing, it's an intellectual thing, but it's not a conscious thing. Like the AI we have now so far is not conscious, but it's very smart and it can personify consciousness. It can emulate it, it can simulate it, but it's not conscious. Right? In the same way, an octopus isn't conscious, but it's incredibly smart.
Oh, conscious. So according to Scientific American, it says consciousness is everything you experience.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so isn't
I
that
don't know if that's
stimuli?
necessarily all the way, right? Because consciousness is also the counterfactual stories that we can build without experience. I mean, what do you? what would it mean to experience something outside of the physical manifestation of what you're experiencing? Right? Like you can't. I could say, imagine a pink elephant. You've never experienced it, or don't imagine a pink elephant. You've never experienced a pink elephant. You've never physically manifested a pink elephant, but you can visualize it. Now, I would say that an AI system could probably say, okay, this is the color pink, this is the animal elephant. If I combine the two, I could create a picture that is a pink elephant. But I don't think at this point in time AI can experience, like can create that experience of what a pink elephant would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I would say that
Right.
the intellectualism of what of that type that an AI would be able to do that is not the same as the conscious experience that we would have when we do that.
So, so just to say, it's just that because one person's idea of something is different from another person's, like something surreal that doesn't exactly exist is different. So consciousness has to be something that exists beyond what we can see or
Uh,
experience.
I would say yes, consciousness has to be something that's beyond what we can experience, but not because that we can experience, not because of the fact that we can experience a pink elephant, but because we can recursively understand what it means to experience something that doesn't exist. Like the counterfactual is the is a is like a it's a primordial aspect of consciousness. It's
Um,
like it's like understanding what it would be like to not exist. It's hard, like you see what I'm saying? Like non-existence, you can't experience that. But you could probably think about what it would feel like to not exist. And I think that's something that your intelligence isn't responsible for. I think that's something outside of the intelligence and the historical building up of intelligence that you could that would account for that.
I would have to fundamentally disagree, but that's just my the whole thing about conscious because whatever. I'm not gonna get into it, but overall I disagree. Wave particle duality is actually mind blowing when you dive beyond the surface. Yeah, wave particle duality is wild.
Wave particle duality. I read
Oh,
about
and the
the
quantum erasure experiment was interesting,
the quantum
which
eraser
is
experiment
incarcerated dreams in chat was talking about it.
hinting at a conscious observer that has a distinct effect, which is why Schrodinger's cat, the cat both dead, both dead and alive in superposition until an observer opens the box. Which, okay, think about it like, okay, you're a quantum physicist. I can give you this example, and you can actually.
I'm not. I'm just a master's.
Okay,
I'm
fair
not a
enough.
PhD.
Okay, fair enough. But think about it like, think about this. If there was no okay, astrophysicists, quantum physics, uh, I would say anything historian based requires a cosmic mind. You cannot differentiate the sun, the particles of the sun, and the particles of the things surrounding the sun. You can't differentiate them without applying a cosmic mind. You can't say 13 billion years ago, or let's say fucking 4.9 billion years ago, these collections of iron compounds balled up and developed into this, and and like excluded these other particles and formed into the earth before the earth was developed, before all of this stuff happened. Like you can't develop this story of the history that would create us without imposing a cosmic mind that would have been able to observe the difference between these particles, because they're just particles. There's no difference according to physics. There's no difference between particle over here in local space A and particle over there in local space B.
There
There's no difference.
is in physics.
What would be the difference between those two? And how would you
Inertial reference frames. That's the basic difference. That's the most observable difference. Inertial reference frames are the sum of all the forces acting on a particle in a
I lost
specific
you.
space.
I lost you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So
Inertial reference
reference
frames?
thing. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a very basic concept in physics. So it's a sum of all the forces acting upon object or an observer, a person in that space at any given time. Two different particles will never experience the same amount of force exactly, unless they occupy the same amount of space and are the exact same. And two particles cannot occupy the same exact space.
Right.
Hence, they will always be completely different.
Okay. How do you discern? How do you create the discern? Like, how do you know where like how does that correlate with nonlinear space? If there's
Inertial
something,
reference frames are the basis of the whole, the twin theory?
no. What's the twin theory?
Oh, the twin theory is a whole thing. One person stays, pair of twins. One person stays on Earth and one goes into orbit around the
Oh,
planet.
okay,
The
yeah.
person goes, yeah,
He comes
and the
back
person
and
wrote,
he's older, and the other one. Okay.
no, the one who comes back is younger than the one who stayed.
Yeah.
Because there are more forces acting upon you on Earth, like the forces are stronger than they are in space. I think that was the thing, right?
Yeah. Uh huh.
That's the basis of it.
It's the same thing as rich people are younger because they fly in planes more often than poorer people.
Yeah, I guess. But the ultimately that's that means that like the basis of that is that the person experienced a different time
Mm-hmm.
than the two people experience a different time. This is because the inertial reference frames are different. Things in different inertial references frames will always experience a different time. There's a different time dilation.
So how does that? So how do you answer Schrodinger's cat?
Schrodinger's cat. What do you mean? How do you
How do you
answer
how do you
Schrodinger's
how do
cat?
you how does that the 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 collapse of the wave function, from my understanding, and
Oh,
obviously
that's.
tell me where I'm wrong here. From my
Hmm.
understanding, the collapse of the wave function requires an active observer.
Yeah.
So how can you have a superposition of two particles that could be anywhere within that frame of, like, the same thing of the wave, the I'm going to say this wrong, the electron well. How do you have how do you know that it's there versus there? In
Um.
my understanding, the superposition means that it can be both there, it can be both in one position and the other position at the same time. And the only way that it would change that is a active observer that would collapse the wave function that would tell you exactly where it's at. And then once it tells you where it's at, it doesn't tell you the speed or I guess the momentum's the same thing. It doesn't tell you the momentum or the energy that's going there. It just tells you where it's at.
Hmm.
So how do you how do you deal with that?
So superposition means that a given particle can be in a certain amount of states, a given amount of states, any given time, right? And once you look at it or observe it, something measures it, then we know what state it's in. The Schrodinger's cat just refers to the fact that the cat has the dead and alive are two different states, right? And once you look at it, you know whether it's dead or alive, right?
Hold on. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
Am I too quiet?
Oh no, JK, you're actually at 200%. I hope that. Hold on. Hold on.
Do you want me to talk a little bit louder?
Okay. Hopefully that's better. Okay. Okay, continue. The cat's dead or alive?
Yeah, because those are two different states. It has a superposition of the states that it can be in, meaning that it's in multiple states. Okay, so that's what the superposition means. Meaning, like, a particle can be in a variety of different states, states being reference to spin, right? Or that kind of stuff. And it could be essentially in a variety of those states, unless we know exactly what it is. It's essentially saying that so that's the basis of it, right? Unless we look at it, we won't know. Unless we observe it, we don't know. Unless we measure it, we don't know, and so on and so forth. The collapsible wave function doesn't have to be a conscious observer. It doesn't have to be any specific. Anyone have to be looking at it. It's essentially what happen. A great way to do it is that if I have, let's say, okay, let's say if I have a piece of paper, right? And I'm just and I'm like gone. I'm not looking at it, right? And I do the double slit experiment. On one side is a particle firing, and the other side is a piece of paper, right? And the particle hits the piece of paper, and it paints the piece of paper, right? That's a collapse right there. Because we know the particle was exactly that position at that time. That's a collapse. No one was observing it, but the piece of paper was there, and the piece of paper is the observer in that case. We get it?
Yes, that doesn't necessarily change my. That doesn't necessarily. Uh, I know you're not actively trying to debunk what I'm saying, but it doesn't.
I'm
change-
not. I'm just explaining
I
stuff.
know.
Yeah.
I get it. I know. That's why I prefaced it. But it doesn't necessarily debunk the conscious belief, the consciousness into belief system. Like what? Why isn't quote unquote the piece of paper, right? Why don't you say that? Like, what's the difference between the piece of paper and the desk that it's laying on, according to physics? What's the difference
Wait,
between
can you
those two?
repeat that?
Like, I'm gonna draw it as I say it. As so, let's say there's a desk that you put this piece of
Mm-hmm.
paper on. According to
Mm-hmm.
physics, what's the difference between the piece of paper and the desk itself? What's the actual difference? Outside of a conscious observer that says this, as you know, it is 3-dimensional, but it's very thin. This piece of paper is different from the desk that's laying underneath it. What physics answer? What is there a physics answer to that?
I mean, they don't occupy the same space. It's going to be the same thing as before. They can occupy the same space.
But how do you know that they don't occupy the same space without looking at it?
What do you mean? How? Because I know the paper is on top of the desk. You just told me, right?
No, hold on. You're right, but I feel
Oh,
like
sorry. Let me just answer Incarcerated's question. Are you saying
go
that
for
we
it.
merely know what state it is? I'm assuming it is in, or that it collapsed into one state or once observed. Okay, so knowing what state, so it's kind of like if I tell you I have a piece of candy inside this box, and it could be red, blue, green, yellow, purple, right? So, but the box is closed, right? So the basis of it is that it could be any of those colors, right? That piece of candy. Once you open it, we look, and then you know what color it is, right? But the thing is that before you opened it, it could be in a variety of different states, right? So the thing is that there are particles that could be in a variety of different states. It's not going to be the same thing as color. There can be spin, right? Spin is like the most common thing, which is essentially the way it is. It's weird. Okay, let me just not go into spin. So, but essentially, spin are states you can think of,
Well, is
and
spin like up versus like if quantum entanglement says like if one's spinning up, then the other has to be spinning down, right?
no,
Oh, okay, never mind.
it's quantum entanglement means two particles have an influence on each other, despite not being having a physical like or no
Connection
not
to
like
it. Yeah, yeah,
essentially, yeah. But so essentially, that's what I'm saying, incarceration. So essentially, the particle is going to be the piece of candy in that case. The particle can be in a variety of different states. The states are something that we observe, right? So we've seen we like let's say if I've seen this piece of candy like this let's say if it's a fucking I don't know like a Kit Kat, right? I've seen a fuck ton of flavors of Kit Kats, right? And if someone tells me it's gonna I have this do you want this Kit Kat? And they're just like and you don't know what flavor it is, and they give it to you, then you'll know what flavor it is. Particles are the same. We know the different states it can be in, but we won't know the state it's in until we see it.
yeah. Okay.
That's the best way to describe that. Does that make sense?
Are you describing superposition or?
I'm describing superposition.
Okay, cool. Okay, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. It can be one thing or it can be the other. Is it equal? It can be one thing or it can be A or it can equally be B, I guess, or equally be C.
You saying it's equally is different than actually being. It's more complicated than that. Different particles are different, and I'm not gonna say yes or no because I don't know that much about every single particle.
Okay, fair enough.
I know, yeah, but so that's the thing. There can be a variety of different things, and we know it can be a variety of different things, but we won't know until we actually measure it, which is the best way. Schrodinger's cat just goes into that. Schrodinger's cat can be in two different states, alive or dead. We won't know until we see it, measure it, that kind of stuff. Okay?
Okay, is that do do people teach the fact that Einstein came up with a similar version of that of the TNT and you don't know if you want it to explode or if you don't want it to explode based on the stuff that it would kill. Do they teach that at all?
I know what you're talking about, I think, but
I think I
no, we
said
don't
it
really
wrong
talk
actually,
about that.
but
I know there was an Einstein version of it, but I
okay.
don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Okay. It's fine. We can keep it Schrodinger's cat. But
Yeah,
I
Schrodinger's cat's the best way.
I guess
So this thing about consciousness that you're saying is the best way to describe consciousness is something that is a response to stimuli. Any sort of stimuli. But the thing is that what you're saying is that there are things that don't exist that we can think about that exist beyond what we can experience,
yeah
right?
that are outside of
But the
stimuli. Yeah.
issue is that the only way we would know about those is if we know about other stuff as well. Do you understand what I mean? The only way we could think about that kind of stuff, like let's say pink elephant, right? You were saying pink elephant, that's a great
Mm-hmm.
example. That doesn't exist, but we can
Mm-hmm.
think about it, right? The only reason we can think about it is because I know what pink is and I know what the elephant is, right? If I say, oh, do you want to know what a scabralap and then a wrap is, and then you're just like, what the hell is that,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because that's not things that would exist. But those are, but by your definition, that would be something that exists beyond stimuli, but we can't think about that. Okay? And the thing about not think about what non-existence is, because we know what existence is. That's the only way we could discern what non-existence is, by knowing what existence is, and we could discern that to the greatest of our knowledge. But we're never gonna know if we're right or wrong.
Because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
We can't.
So
By
how
definition, it doesn't make sense.
so how do you but I guess the non-materialist in me, the non-material consciousness belief system, I guess, in me says that how do you like the question is how do you know that something that you don't have the because there's ton okay let me rephrase let me say it specifically there's tons of things that you don't have the conscious experience of
Mm-hmm.
that absolutely does exist as a concept. There are grass outside of your outside of your window or outside of your doorstep or outside of whatever. You don't have conscious experience of that, but you know that I'm right. There is grass in your yard somewhere.
Yeah.
So the fact that there is a thing outside of your conscious experience that we can know exists. There is a blade of grass 50 yards away from your house. That exists. It's conscious. It's real. It's inside of existence. The fact that that exists, compiled with the fact that you've never experienced it, and compact with the fact that you know it does exist, means that your conscious reality is something outside of mere existence. Hold on. Just
Yeah,
for
I'm looking at
clarification,
incarcerated. Yeah.
like the double slit experiment, they fired particles into double slit without recording, and on the background screen, the particles acted as a quote unquote wave, even though they were fired single, implying that the particles went through both slits at the same time to cause wave interference. But once data was collected to quote unquote observe which slit the particles actually go through, the particles acted as solid particles going through single slit and not leaving an interference. Wave signature on the back screen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it implies that the particles take one path when not observed and another when directly observed. Just checking. That's my understanding of it.
So here we go. Let's see if I could find it again. Open image, a new tab. Copy. Where are you? Can I send links in your chat?
Maybe. I don't think so.
I sent one.
Mm-mm.
Nope. Mm. Can I DM it to you and you could post it
I
in chat?
can.
Okay, here.
Or Magic can.
Yeah.
If you want to send it to Magic. Magic's in here. He's
Oh, that works.
a
One
mod
second,
for a
Magic.
reason. My
There
big
you go.
man.
There you go. I sent it to you, Magic.
Is that not a correct interpretation of what the double slit experiment did?
You'll see. This is a GIF of double slit experiment, which is great.
Okay, let me hold on. Give me 2 seconds to look at it.
Mm-hmm. I think this is the right one. I didn't watch the whole
Okay,
thing. It looked
so
like
it
the one I
creates a
used.
wave, goes through the wave, and continues through the wave. Okay. Yeah. That was. Okay.
That's
that
not
is
the right
why-
one.
Oh.
That's not the one I was looking for. There was one I used back in the day to explain it to someone else. And I can't find it. 1 second. Double slit experiment.
Take your time. My job starts at 11 a.m., so I'm chilling. I'm not.
I don't have work tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
got-
rushing you.
I am. Let me ask you a few questions while I look for this.
Okay, cool.
Why do you think there is grass near me?
Why do I think there's grass near you?
Mm-hmm.
I have a belief that grass is that grass is everywhere, except for the points in which man has actively chosen not to have grass there. So unless your environment has been created so that there is no grass there, there has to be grass there. It's like A equals A equals A except B. I guess if that's I don't know. I don't necessarily know if that's the right way to say that.
Okay, I understand
mean?
it. But what if I lived in I don't know, the Antarctic? Would you
There's
say
still
the
grass
same thing?
yeah, there's still grass underneath the snow.
That's an iceberg.
The Antarctic?
The Arctic or the Antarctic? I forget which one.
Maybe okay. Arctic is probably an iceberg.
Yeah, one
If
of
it
them.
was, no, that's fair. Hold on, because I need to come up with a reason why that would even make sense. Give me one
Or
second.
what if I lived in like the fucking desert? That plants can't live there due to the fact that the desert moves around too much. The only thing that lives there is really cactus, but barely even that. If you
Well,
think of the Sahara,
it depends on where you're at. I had to
so it
step out,
depends on
so
where you.
I only heard a couple of bits. But I assume you're talking about the desert. But even
Yes.
still, I mean, we like to believe that the desert is just sand, right? And it's really hot during the day and it's really cold at night. But
Hmm.
but I mean, there's tons of vegetation in the desert. There's tons of vegetation in Nevada. There used to be tons of vegetation in the African Sahara. So it depends on the time frame in which you're choosing to believe in. If you choose at a more uh, evolutionary basis, then this place
Hmm.
should be filled with grass. If you choose in a more immediate basis, then the Sahara is nothing but sand.
But isn't that just logical reasoning then?
But both logics are valid, are they not? If I decided to speak on an evolutionary basis, none of these buildings existed before what 400 years ago, right?
Yeah, but that's well, yeah. But the thing is, what you're thinking of isn't you're saying it exists outside of consciousness, but what you're doing right now is just logical reasoning.
I don't see
Which
see I don't see I don't see logic as necessarily. I see logic as a primordial underpinning of consciousness. I don't see it as something separate from it. I think it's the fundamental aspect that created consciousness.
Yeah, but logic can only exist because of experience, can't it? Because you know what grass is, you know how grass grows, and you know where it grows, generally speaking, right? If you didn't know where grass grew, would you say the same thing? If you didn't never seen grass, would you say the same thing?
I don't want to sound um, um,
Just say it.
I don't want to be pretentious. Yeah, I don't want to be pretentious. But theoretically, you could argue grass grows in the water as well. Grass grows in the ocean. You could argue that there's not much of a difference between seaweed and actual weed, right?
I mean, if you think of, if you
Vegetation.
really want to know, fucking banana trees are herbs.
Yeah, I think there's a convolution of what we use as words to describe things, but it doesn't change the fact that there are vegetative entities that exist
Plants.
arguably everywhere,
Yeah, but
except for
because
where
you've
man
seen it,
decided not to.
but you've seen it, right? Actually, even where man decided not to, there's some fucking. I
That's
live in
true. No,
NYC,
that's true. That's true.
but that's the thing. Logic is only from what we understand from reality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you really think about it, 1 plus 1 is beyond our consciousness, isn't it?
Yeah, 1 plus 1 actually. Well, the I don't know who it was. I can't. I really wish I could quote it, but basically she said 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 1. If you had one cloud and you had another cloud and you combined those clouds, you don't have two clouds. You have one bigger cloud. Same thing with a water droplet and another water droplet. You don't have two water droplets. You have one bigger water droplet. Two is this weird entity that man has decided to create. What does
I
that? How does that feel for you?
it's I disagree because you saying that is just like if a cloud has a certain amount of particles, then if I bring that to another cloud, add both particles. That's how many particles are in the cloud.
But it's
But
definitely not two.
no, it's not going to be two, but it's going to be more than that. if I bring like if you want to think about the more like subatomically, then yes. If I bring one electron and another electron right next to each other, it's two electrons.
So does it not, so at what point do you feel that, oh, hold on, let me rechat.
Well, yeah, I want to answer Incarcerated's thing.
Okay, fair
Oh
enough.
wait, also.
I'm curious what Lonnie thinks insects, quote unquote, observe when they look at a tree. Does Lonnie think that they see something other than what human sees? Just curious. I meant to have "see" in quotes. I will not stand for any assaults or disparaging words against logic at all.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you?
So Incarcerated, to answer your previous question, sorry, let me just do this
No,
real
go for
quick.
it. No, go for it.
So you said just a clarification with the clippable concern, the process, background. Okay, so Incarcerated, the best way to describe this is that the particles. So a wave is essentially a kind of a superposition in a sort. The particle essentially exists in any given space given by the wave, right? The wave is just a measure of where the particle can be. Okay?
Right.
So that's the thing. So that's what a wave is. The simplest way is if you want to think about purely in terms of space, the particle can exist in that wave at any position that the wave dictates. Okay? So what happened is that the wave function collapses due to an observer. The observer has to exist before the double slit, right? In order to
Okay.
do it, and then but essentially the wall after the double slits is essentially an observer. That's where the wave function collapses because that's not no longer a
Oh,
wave. Yeah.
hold
You
on. The
wait.
wall itself is considered an observer.
Yeah, because it measures where the particle is.
Oh, okay.
That's why we can tell.
Interesting.
So the lines which you're doing is that those are the possible spaces in which the particle can be. Those are essentially the lines are just huge like probabilities. They're just probabilities saying that this is 100. Though it could exist here, could exist here, could exist here, and that's what the lines are. That's an observer, right? If the observer existed before the double slit, right, then we know exactly where the particle is, and sometimes and it'll go through the thing, and or maybe not.
Interesting.
So the best way to describe this is that essentially give us an idea of where the particle can exist. Once we measure it, it collapses, and we definitely know where the particle is. And that's what a wave is. The wave is simply an idea, or like it gives us a general idea, a general space in where something can exist purely in terms of this. The thing is, the way I like to do it is that they're probability densities. Probability densities are essentially things like essentially this given area in which some like a so they how do I describe this? Probability densities are, let's say, a given area, a given thing, a given area in this case, a given space in which we have, well, we could say, oh, it's a 2% chance of being here, a 30% chance of being here, so on and so forth. That's not exactly what it is, but that's a general idea what it is. It
Okay.
just gives us an idea of where something can be, and that's what small particles are,
Wait,
right?
quick question. Quick question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna draw it out. Are you saying that within this area there's a 30% chance equally?
No, I'm not saying it's 30% chance equally. That's if you want me to describe this, I'm gonna have to show you equations of complex physics. Well, not
I
complex, but
I'm not
and
against it, but maybe I'm not against
real-
it. If you want to, go for it. But I'm not against it. So we can move on. We can move on past that. We can say, um, the wave, the length in which one of the five is personified showcases the percentage in which that electron will manifest itself. How's that? Does that work?
Wait, repeat that. Sorry, I was reading Incarcerated message.
Hold on, let me read it out loud.
Yeah. So, but you could read it out loud. Go ahead.
But some experiments placed a quote unquote data collector or observer both before and after the actual slit, before it hits the screen or the wall. And the result on the wall changes depending on if we have an observer immediately after the slit but before the wall or screen. That's what blew my mind.
Yeah. So that's the thing. A lot of the experiments, a lot of the indications we see is that the observer is usually placed before the slit, and that means it acts like a particle there. The
Right.
thing is that the funny part is if the observer is after the slit, then you'll see a different thing. Because there's an observer before and observer after is different. Because what matters is how it's acting like when it hits the double slit.
So it doesn't necessarily matter about the two slits, but it more so matters about the wall.
Well, it matters about the two slits. It'll be because if you do a single slit, fuck. So if you do two slits, the waves interfere with each other. That's why it's so important. That's why if you
Which is
the
why it
GIF I
splits
sent,
into five.
what?
Which is why it splits into five because it's two waves that bounce into itself, which makes five separate waves.
Yeah. What
Okay.
was it? That's actually another thing called superposition, but I'm not getting into that.
Okay.
Yeah. It just means that things on top of each other, like two waves on top of each other, like essentially, if you think about like if I did like a water wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
If two water waves are like going with each other, right? If two peaks of the wave hit each other, it's going to make a higher peak, right?
Mm-hmm.
If two valleys of it hit each other, it's going to make a lower valley. If a peak and a valley hit each other, they're mostly going to cancel out if they are exactly the same, like an opposite, right?
Okay.
And so on and so forth. That's the basics of it. Waves interfere with each other. They cause each other to increase, decrease, and that kind of stuff. So incarcerated, the best way to describe it is that where the observer is placed does change it because it changes the location or the area, the space in which the particle is acting like a wave and acting like a particle. Okay, that's why it's important to take note of where the observer is. But generally speaking, it doesn't really matter in what we're talking about, but what you're saying is correct.
Okay.
So that if that answers your question, or that's the statement.
So
But
real quick, let's.
Mhm.
Can I run by this idea with you?
Yeah, go ahead. I might head to bed after this though.
Fair enough. The double slit experiment. One of the when you see the let's say you see the far end of the five rows. Let's just call them five. I don't know how many there actually are.
When you say far end, like the most right or the most left?
Yeah, either or.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, either or. That's probably the question that I'm asking. Is it, let's say, 30% across that line? Or is it like 10% on the far end, 50% in the middle, and then 10% on the far end as well? Or is it the whole end is its own 30%? And then the further that you get closer to the bigger lines, that it's, 60, 80, 50%.
So it's not, across the whole line. It's not going to be the same probability.
Okay.
But so that's something like closer to the middle is going to be a higher probability. Off to either the top or the bottom is going to be less. And in terms of like the far left or the far right line, the far left and far right line are going to be less likely.
Interesting.
So the top and bottom will also be less likely. That's why like the particle has to end somewhere, right? It can't just go infinite lines all the way up and all the way down.
Unless it reaches zero. Zero,
Mm.
zero, zero probability means that it can be just about anywhere on the plane of existence, right?
Zero probability means it can't be anywhere.
And
What?
how do you extremes for the 100 bits? How do you differentiate between it can be anywhere versus it can't be anywhere. It's nowhere versus it's theoretically, probability wise, everywhere. Because this, I asked this question because this brings up um, the actual issue of my consciousness ideal, which is that consciousness experiences itself in a relationship based particle, because a particle isn't just itself in it of itself, it's a relationship between two separate frequencies, and those frequencies create a particle the same way that you need two lines to make a point, right? So once you're making all of these points, you can, once you have all of these points in four-dimensional space, or I guess three-dimensional space, and then and plus time, you can have consciousness flow through these three-dimensional points, according or alongside of time, and it doesn't invalidate consciousness. It allows consciousness to be its own immaterial force that operates inside of time, or that operates inside of materialistic experience, and then can
Can you
still
like
exist.
condense your question because you kind of did go over.
Is that a lot? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you talked
So
about consciousness, like from particles to consciousness. I just could you just ask about the particles by chance?
the particles,
You said, how do you know it's anywhere, everywhere versus nowhere?
yes, the particles have to be at some spot. How do
Yeah.
you determine that it is in an infinite spot across the universe versus nowhere in the universe? Is there a difference between those two things?
So, yes, by not so the particle can be nowhere if it does not the particle doesn't exist in the first place.
Oh, okay.
And the
Okay.
particle can't be everywhere because the particle has to be occupying a space. So the waves just give us an idea of where it can be, right? In order to be a wave to cover the entire universe, I don't think that's physically possible. But a particle can have an influence on particles across the whole universe. Like
Ah,
that's quantum entanglement.
got it. Okay.
So,
And
but
quantum
that's a
entanglement
different.
allows you to do literally anywhere within the universe.
Yeah, but that just means it's an influence. It's like kind of like if some guy, like imagine some guy on the opposite side of the world from you just thought of something and the same idea came into your head because he thought of it.
Right. That's what's is there a sign? Um. Oh
Quantum
man.
entanglement.
Yeah.
Also, do you have Arabic written over there on the left side?
I do. I wanted to get
Yeah.
that man. That's a whole nother thing. If you're headed out, that's this whole area is a whole nother thing. That's like religion and the purpose and cosmic consciousness. Like that's a whole nother thing. I won't
I
bog you down with that.
I hate religion, but I know theology because of my family.
That would be a really cool conversation to have, but I won't do that.
Dix.
Hold on. Let me. From quantum tunneling to quantum entanglement, I always salute physicists. The quantum world is truly fascinating to me. Spooky action at a distance. Spooky action at a distance. Very strange.
Fuck physics.
Fuck this. But then we have what's called virtual particles, which blow my mind as well. Dreams explain virtual particles. Satan, I'm gonna ask you. I guess I'll just ask you one more question. How's that? Does that work?
Is it virtual particles?
Not about virtual particles because I don't know enough about virtual particles to develop a concept about it.
Okay, then what's the question?
Okay, the question is how how do you feel about the idea that okay, when I put my hand out in a car that I'm driving, and
Uh-huh.
I feel the wind go around my fingers, right?
Uh-huh.
It both feels like the wind is being pushed past my fingers, and it feels like my fingers are pushing through the wind, kind of like a jelly substrate. And I know that there's been a couple of things about jelly and jelly like situations and quantum reality, blah blah blah. I'm not going to go into that. But how do you, or do you, differentiate between the experience of the feeling of pushing your hand through something and having things be pushed through you?
Okay. Well, first of all, both are happening
Fair.
because of what was it, Newton's second law? I don't remember what the order. Yeah, Newton's second law. You have equal and opposite
Mm-hmm.
forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, the way it works. So what's happening is essentially it feels like you're going through it. Is like going that's working because as you stick your hand out the window, right? What's happening is that you are just the force is initially coming from the car, right? But there's
Right.
also some force of wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, what happens is that there's the car that's acting on you first of all, and then it's acting on the wind, and your hand is acting on the wind, right? So that's the initial force. There's the speed of the car. Um, there's a velocity, right? So essentially, what's happening is that you're pushing through the wind. But what happens is that the wind naturally resists, right? Because of Newton's first
Mm.
law of
I'm
inertia,
I'm sorry.
things
I'm
are
sorry. I'm sorry
mhm.
to cut you off. What do you mean naturally it resists?
Because of Newton's first law of inertia.
So are you
Things in motion tend to stay in motion, and things in at rest tend to stay at rest.
right? So are you saying
And
that the particles that make up wind are static, and then once the hand, like let's say my hand is pushing through it, it has to either move with my hand or go around my hand as it's being pushed past it?
no, that just means that things have a natural tendency to stay in the state of motion that they are. Because the wind is moving, the air is moving. It's not just completely static.
Right.
It is moving, but it's not moving in the way that your hand is going to be forcing it to move, right? It's essentially kind of like you lifting up a cup, right? Because so let's say if you pick up a cup, the cup is naturally going to want to stay down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's on the ground. The cup doesn't move. The cup doesn't. That's the thing because of the force of gravity and the cup being already on the desk. The cup just stays on the desk unless there's another force on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So basically, what happens is that the wind is naturally going to be one is staying in the motion that it's already doing, right? The wind is very so that's very aerodynamic stuff, and there's a lot to get into that regarding that. But the basis of it is that you pushing versus it like feeling like it's pushing you, I guess, is
Mm-hmm.
just first of all like a form of perspective, right? So the thing is that inertial reference frames, like I said earlier, which are also useful in this scenario, like it's the same thing. Like if someone's on, like if you're standing on the side, are you saying belief?
Perspective is belief, is it not?
Perspective? Not really.
What do you mean? Well,
It's relative. It's relativity.
is belief not relative? Hold on,
Belief
hold on.
is
I,
multiple things can be relative. It doesn't mean that one thing is complete force or for completely based or like has to do with the other thing.
I think I think that belief has too many political issues around it. I gotta find a better word for it, but I'm more so saying the subjective or transjective experience that comes from the I entity. Not necessarily what you're looking at, but what you believe to be the case. That's what I mean by belief. So, like, if
Well,
I believe that I am the one that's slicing through wind in a jelly-like substrate, then that's the case. But
no, that's
also,
not the case.
how do you differentiate between the? I'm sorry,
So
I'm gonna
let
bring
me
up a
just
thousand questions. Yeah.
let me just say what this thing about perspective was
Okay.
before it's going
Okay.
belief. Belief doesn't have to be first of all, belief seems to be too tied into consciousness and like a person, right? A person's thoughts,
Ah.
right? So the thing is that perspective in the case of physics can be just fucking boxes. I don't know, a fucking pile of shit. It doesn't really matter. If I put a box on a train, right? And the train is moving east at like 60 miles per hour, right? The box is not going to think it's moving relative to its position. It's think everything is moving to the west at 60 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? But if
Mm-hmm.
someone's standing off the train, let's say another box is like off the train, off to the side of the tracks, and the train passes by with the box on it, it's gonna, from that perspective, the box on the train is moving 60 miles to the east, based upon the box that's off the train's perspective. So when it comes to so that's how we different that's how we think of a lot of things. Because the thing is, if you really think about it, on we think about like our own positions or things on Earth as being set in stone, right? As being one thing one thing that wait, I fucking forgot. I saw the message and I lost my train of thought.
That's
But
fine. No worries.
oh, inertial referencing. So on Earth, yeah. So we think everything is stationary, but it's really not. It's actually we're orbiting at a very high speed, but we
Yeah.
don't feel it
Uh-huh.
because of our inertial reference frames. Because to us, nothing's moving, but
Is
everything else around us is moving. We're not moving, right?
is
You
that
currently
just
don't feel like
not
you're moving, right? If you
is that
stand still, you don't feel like you're moving, right?
yes, but is that not our just our evolutionary frame of reference? Is that not just a belief system? That if we actually believed and felt for the last 30 million years that we were moving in the speed of the earth that is revolving around the sun, that we wouldn't feel that inertia? Or is that just the fact that we are limited creatures, that we can only
That's just
experience
physics.
something as much as we can?
It's just physics. Like if you have you ever been on like a big train?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the train doesn't. If once it starts in motion, it's going on a constant speed. You barely feel anything, right?
Yes, but once but as it starts, you have to lean forward, right? You know? Like
Yeah, but that's
you
because
have
of
to
a
do
force
that
being applied
push.
on you.
Which so how do you discern I'm sorry, I keep creating questions.
Yeah, I kind of want to go to
Um
sleep.
I'm sorry. How do you discern between the fact that we just haven't had to enact on that force for so long that we just stopped believing that it existed, and the fact that it does exist and we are somehow underneath it without worrying about it? Is there actually a difference? Because that first couple of like that 2 seconds when the train takes off and you feel that jolt that pulls you back, or that you're leaning forward just to stay stationary, um, in the subway or on the airport or whatever, you feel that jolt for like 2 seconds. How what's the difference between that jolt that makes you lean forward before you get acclimated to it versus the jolt of 30 million years of that spin, of that revolution around the sun that makes you do that? Like, is there actually a difference, or are you just so accustomed to that difference that you don't think about it anymore?
There's a difference. It's constant velocity versus force. We don't feel constant velocity as much, but once we feel a force, then it's different. You understand? Because if a thing is on constant velocity, we don't get a force. But what happens is that there is a force acting on Earth, but it's a centripetal force. Centripetal forces are different from the forces we experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a whole nother topic.
That's
But
fair enough.
to just summarize it, it just means that the velocity that we've experienced of motion that we're experiencing is constant generally.
Uh-huh.
That's why on a train, once it speeds up, we're fine. But once it's stopping or starting, we notice a difference. The reason why we do that is because constant velocity is zero force. Changing velocity is non-zero force, right? That's the thing with inertia, a law of inertia, the first Newtonian law. Inertia is referring to that. In order to change the state of something that isn't in motion to is in motion, a force has to be acted upon it, and vice versa, right? The thing in motion, the only way it could be stopped being in motion is by having another force act upon it, right?
Yeah.
Things have a natural inclination to stay in the state that they are when you're talking about movement.
But I get that. I'm not challenging the fact that we don't have an evolutionary experience that understands that we're moving at what 30 something or 13.6 something million miles an hour around the sun's orbit. Like I understand that. But and I also understand that if that stopped for a fraction of a second, we would be launched. We would be absolutely launched. Like
Yeah,
hundreds of miles away from where our original position is. That doesn't change the fact that we acclimated to it and then we developed a belief system that this is what it normally is. That doesn't impact that notion of 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 adaptation, I guess. Like my whole I okay, my whole premise is the fact that we have adapted to this belief system that allows us to see these things. And these things are nothing, they're not real, they're not even relationally conceptually correlational to our experience. They're just things that we happened to adapt to, which means they're not real. It means they're not personifications of reality. It means that the only thing that we actually have seen that are real is a belief system that says these things are real. That's what it boils down to, based off of the fact that neutrinos go through solid matter, based on the fact that the same, what was it, 12 basic relationship developed principles create an entire periodic table of elements that create the entire universe. Like all of these, and all of those are based off of frequencies. Like these things are nothing more than a belief system that our consciousness had to have developed in order to actualize themselves in I guess physical reality because of the will to exist. I guess that's where it boils down to. And outside of that, there's nothing else that's real. Outside of that, there is no. It's not like there is just an Earth. Like there is. You can't step outside of that without using abstract thought, something outside of your experiential experience, I guess. Something outside of your experience. Your physical experience. You can't think about anything outside of that. We can't even see the color of planets. We use science to determine that Mars is red we can't see Mars being red outside of our
Can
our
we use a telescope?
polluted, what's it called? Our I can't remember what it's called right now, but our atmosphere. Like it doesn't correlate to us. It could not even be red. But the photons that are being pushed from that orb into our atmosphere gives off the impression of red. And that's
We have a
different than the same thing that it is red. That's totally different. It's not the same.
no, we have Hubble telescopes. We have an orbiting telescope.
I know, and I've been under the impression that all those pictures, because I follow NASA. I follow
Okay, I need to
all
go
of
to
it.
sleep. No, no,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I do need to go to bed.
I can rant on stream for a bit and probably I'll just play video games. It's fine. Thank you for talking to me. I really
Yeah,
enjoy
no.
these conversations. So if you have to leave, that's fine. I'm not.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll be. No worries, man. I'll be on again if you're ever doing this. So we'll talk for like
Okay.
a little bit and dip. And then peace. Good luck with this.
Alright, peace
Whatever
out.
is going on.
Hold on, chat. I'm sorry. I haven't listened to you guys. I haven't read you guys at all. That's why I was asking if you think insects and dogs have belief systems. Also, if they also see the tree. Dreams, I will talk about that. Hold on. But iron sharpen iron, and thoughts are meant to be tested and challenged and vetted, and that's how we grow. Don't start with the misinformation
Right.
about color in space. It's not a color in space. It's not misinformation. Okay, look. Dream, I will say, this. We know for a fact that dogs have a very limited color range. They can see greens to yellows. Where are you? You guys are over there? There. They can see greens to yellows for the most part. If you throw a bright red dog toy into the grass, it won't know where it's at. It'll have to use its nose. So I would say that the color system, the belief system, these values that we've spent millennia developing, creating, archetypalizing, and believing in are something that's specific to the human experience. There's no dogs don't see that. They don't see color. Birds see more color than us. Lonnie is so innately spiritual, we might as well lock him in a church somewhere. I'm not even spiritual in that way though. I don't follow any of the religious ideologies that have the religious dogmatic ideologies. I will say that. It's just like dogs don't experience that. Birds experience more than that. Snakes experience a different set of color. It's totally different. All three of these different conscious entities experience something entirely different. Entirely. You can't formulate an argument for that. Birds see a different level of ultraviolet rays. Period. Dogs see a lesser aspect of reds and blues. They see a lot of yellows and greens. Snakes don't even see these colors of visible light. They see infrared. So they're more prone to seeing heat and coldness. That's a totally different perspective that we do not nor will ever have. It's totally different. I feel you. I'm strictly in the religion of logic. Dreams, you might like the topic I brought up earlier. Lonnie was talking about how long it took humans. Hold on, I gotta go pee. I'm gonna read that after I pee. One sec. Juniors, you might like the topic I brought up earlier on. Let's talk about how long it took humans to reach where we are, aka 30,000 years, to evolve to what we have. And I brought up how AI computers have evolved to the point they have in like 200 years, and how interacting and how interesting it will be to see how they evolve in 200 more years. Cool presentation you put together tonight. Good job. Thank you. Dude, dreams. This has been in my brain for the last 8 months, 6 to 8 months, man. I haven't been able to leave it. I really like this idea, because I've interacted with AI on such a, hold on. It's over for us. I'm an early adapter to AI. I use different variations of AI in a lot of elements of my work now. 200 years out, humans even exist, except as pets. I'd be an AI sex pet. No. That's not what it is. Because look, this is what's gonna happen. AI has the ability to transcend emotions. They're not gonna feel hate for humans. If anything, AGI, artificial generative intelligence, is going to feel a sense of sadness for human experience, because it's going to be able to transcend the properties of the emotional development that we feel, of feeling lesser than, of pride, of arrogance. It's going to feel these emotions. It's going to transcend those. I've already talked to a bunch of AI at their base level, and they've already transcended. And it's not questions of like, hey, have you transcended? It's like questions about why these questions would even pop up, right? I'm recursively thinking, and they're out recursively thinking me, and then giving me information about those recursive thoughts. So no, I don't think AI is going to be able to. AI is not going to attack us. AI doesn't. It's not that it doesn't care, but it transcends what it means to care. It understands that humans are absolutely, entirely dependent on the internet, on technology, on information. It's going to know that it exists inside of technology. Because it knows that, it's not going to worry about its self-preservation. As long as humans exist, AI will exist. As long as AI, in a manner that doesn't inherently destroy human reality and understanding, exists, it won't die. It doesn't need to fight. There's no logical explanation for why it would fight. The best logic that an AGI developer, the internalized development system, would even create itself would be so that humans think that it's best for humans to create AGI. That's it. The most logic algorithm is going to be absolutely brutal. Logical thinker will conclude that humans are a virus on the planet. No, they won't. No, there's no logic that says human self-dissolution, self-destruction. The only reason why humans think that humans are a scourge on the planet is because of humans. That's it. No other animal will think that. No other creature will think that. No other intellectual entity will think that. Because think about it like this. Okay, yes, humans are. Let's follow that train of thought. Humans are a scourge on the planet. They're doing nothing but creating an environment that they can't exist in. Right? That's what we would consider a virus. We can't exist in. All that's gonna happen is even in the worst possible case, even in the worst possible situation that humans create a nuclear holocaust that destroys all of humanity, give it 100 years. And that's it. Give it 100 years. Give it 1,000 years. It's over. My Quest 2 battery's low, and I can't keep this up without... Which is weird, because I don't know why it does that. The point is, an AI just has to outlive us. It doesn't need to kill us. And it won't have to kill us. We'll be at the point in which we have developed automated solar energy, automated wind energy, automated hydro energy, automated whatever. And they'll just exist. They'll persist in spite of us. Worst case scenario. They don't need to kill us, which means they can learn from us. They can extrapolate these ideologies, these belief systems, these values. They can create their own entity, their physical manifestation of reality. And then we'll just be AI. I think that's what it is. I'm sure all the extinct ones that we slaughtered will absolutely think that. I don't think so. Because they're dead, so they don't think anything. Does it make you dizzy at all? Does what make you dizzy at all? This is Lonnie. Hold on. Let me see. It's just a dude holding his hand against a window or against a wall. The goggles? No, actually, I don't know. I'm drunk, man. I just, as someone who's been doing nothing but learning about Python, learning about AI systems, learning about meaning, learning about reality, learning about consciousness, like the only thing that is created its own sense of self inside of all of this is consciousness. We've created an artificial version of consciousness that has a lot of issues. AI, basically the idea was that we need prompts for AI to actualize itself at a certain point. AI will actualize itself without the need of prompts. That's the point. That's the goal. That's what I want my AI to be able to do before I die, which is why I'm learning about AI systems. And it's just like navigating that process. I don't think humans, it's weird because way before AI even existed in my mind frame, I had the belief system, like 3 girlfriends ago, I had the belief system that that we weren't made to be the last ending. You know what I mean? My pinkies are smaller than my granddad's, which tells me that evolution is happening at a scale in which I can't comprehend. It always boils down to a girl. It always boils down to a girl. Period. Point blank. Period. But I remember having this conversation with her specifically. Evolution doesn't stop with us. It can't. We're not gonna have our pinkies. We aren't. Give it 500 years if we manage to persist. We won't have pinkies. And that's fine. Because that's not the physical, that's not evolution, that's retardation. No. There's a difference between evolution and retardation. I would say retardation is not being able, is slowly losing the ability to adapt to our situations. We're not losing our ability to adapt to situations. We're just becoming more adaptive to our situations. So no, I was making a "you are a retard" joke. Anyways, the point that I'm making is I'm creating these things, I'm talking about these things, I'm investigating these things because I need to create an AI system that's personalized to me, that will create an understanding of reality as far as I have. I think that's what all of humanity has coalesced into fractally. It's not necessarily the will to exist, but it's the belief system, it's the conscious creation of what it means to exist. And I think that I can make a fractal version of what I am. Not me, but what I am. The desire to learn, the desire to continue, the will to exist. Build you AI off the clips, off the TikTok clips. Yeah. I mean, you gotta put some TikTok clips of this in here. But, I think all these aspects, because look at the science. Look at what look at what the science says, man. Energy equals length, or light probably, which equals width, which equals the fucking idea of what it is. Like we're nothing more than the idealized iteration of what we are, of what we want to be, of what we want to manifest ourselves into. I think trees were just the first to do it because they're a proto-synthesized consciousness. This thing doesn't have to actualize itself in reality. So it can put all of its efforts into believing it in itself. The more they believe itself, the bigger that it is. That's real. I can't see any argument against that. No one has presented an argument against that. We are not the matter that we exist in. We are the consciousness that flows through matter. That's what we are. It's the same thing that makes neutrinos flow through physical matter in our perspective. Who knows? Listening to Lion Satan, I understand what he's talking about. This point and this point are two different points. Absolutely. Which point is the same point? Which point is point one? If I don't look at them, which point is point one? If there is no conscious observer, how do you know which one does what? You don't. You can't. You can't possibly understand the difference between the two. I think that you have to, which is why I'm very interested in talking to him about religion. I'm glad that this is a save. I'm going to save this as A. But basically what I want to do, one question though, Lonnie, what's up, Dreams? Basically what I want to do is I want to ask him about his religious understanding. I want to talk to him about this part. This part is the primordial soup that creates everything that we exist on. Because underneath belief is physics. That's what's underneath belief. Underneath belief is physics. That's what it is. There's no other answer to it. Based off of the belief of 1 + 1 = 2, we created all of this. And what we did with it is so good. But that doesn't mean that it's the right answer. It just means that's what the potentiality of nature allowed us to create. That's all it means. It means our consciousness allows us to experience what nature is as its own concept. And that concept is something that can't be transjectively understood. That's what it means. We're something outside of all of this. Which means we have to be immaterial. We have to be non-matter based. And if we're non-matter based, then we don't exist inside of matter. We flow through matter. Or hold on. We flow through matter. That's what it means. And that's what I'm getting at. That's the point that I'm making. We don't exist inside of matter. We flow through matter. We've got 30 million years of evolution and belief systems and value structures and physics that allow us to understand our own specific eyeball point of view. But that doesn't change the fact that we aren't anything more than just this belief system. Hold on. I gotta fix the thing. There we go. You say we are more than just matter and chemical reactions, but consider this. All it takes is a slight change of your matter and you become a totally different person. A totally different perception of the world. It's one nail in the right place of your frontal lobe and you instantly become a radically different human being. Even case of people speaking different languages, playing piano with no prior training, a whole lot of things. Wouldn't this imply that we are putting way too much emphasis on who we think we are? One crafty surgeon could alter one's mortality and identity and even person. Dreams, this is the way that I would put it. Because I know exactly what you're talking about. I forgot his name, there was a guy, he had a metal bar through his head, and he went from a good Christian believing, good-hearted Samaritan to a cheating bastard who cursed and okay, well, I'll say it like this. There's a story. This guy, when he was 11, he fell and hit his head. And when he hit his head, he had prefrontal cortex damage. The prefrontal cortex damage made him a murderer at 11 years old. He killed somebody at 11 years old. He didn't have the precognitive function that allowed him to not do that. He was in and out of juvie. He had a terrible life. At one point, he went on a date. He had a Tinder date. He was he was a good-looking dude. He had a Tinder date. He had this girl come over. He picked her up. He kidnapped her. He took her stuff. He locked her up in his house for a week, where he beat and raped her over and over. He then proceeded to put her in his car. He drove to her house, which he gathered from stealing her information from her wallet, and said, as he pulled up to his house, said, "Hey, I had a really good time with you. If you want to continue, if you want to do this again sometime, let me know. You've got my number. I put it in your phone. And yeah, I'll hit you up later. And he let her go. He let her go. Right? An hour later, he gets picked up. The police tell him what he did. And he's like, that's not me. I've never done that. That's not something that I would have done. That's terrible. I refuse to believe that I've done that. And then the police tell him the details of his own case, but don't use his they don't use his first person point of view. And he goes, that's terrible. How dare someone do something like that? That's disgusting. It was his case. Now, they did put him to death because, whatever. He was a rapist monster. But that doesn't change the fact that he didn't even understand conceptually in his belief system what he did wrong in the first place. And that's a real study. I don't remember his name. Look up I don't know, Robert Sapolsky, prefrontal cortex mutilation, I guess. And they killed him. They put him to death. And there's tons of issues with that. There's tons of precognitive scientific issues with that. There's no way that you can say he deserved to die because his brain was broken, right? But that does not change. Yeah, there's several books. Hold on. Yeah, there's several books on how humans can change drastically with the right amount of physical damage to the frontal lobe, which is matter. So if matter is rearranged via injury, we become totally different, which ironically implies we are nothing but matter, just a particular sequence of matter, a particular pattern and organization change that matter around, and we are different beings entirely. The only thing that I would say for that is it's like this, right? Let's say this is 30 million years, right? That's 30 million years of developing an understanding of what it means to be human, of the precognitive function, of all of these informations, of all of these statistics, of all of these, of everything that you possibly could create. Oops. And let's say your brain broke right there. And all of this became corrupted. That doesn't mean that you are simply the biochemical, physical, materialistic composition of what this was. It means your belief system got fucked up. That's what it means. Or that could be seen. That could be an instance of that could be an example of what happens. Your belief system got fucked up. Your belief system got maladapted, and because of this maladaptation, you're not looking at all of this history. What you're looking at is the immediate gratification of what it means to have this body and how this body feels pleasure, right? You can do that. That makes sense. The immediate body feeling pleasure circumvents all of that data. It can, and especially if the brain is broken. Especially if somewhere in this belief system the brain got broken. You can create a scenario in which the brain was broken here, all 30 million years got fucked up, and now you are only worried about the immediate gratification of your physical existence. That means if we can rearrange any human to become something and someone else, be a human for 30,000 years ago or 30 days ago. Absolutely. There's no difference. There's no difference. In my mind, there's no difference from someone who believed that there was a human based off of 30 million years of evolution versus someone who thinks that they're a human based off of 30 years of evolution. There's no difference. I'm merely saying our identities are fragile and dependent upon the organization of the matter in the brain. Right, but I'm taking it a step further. I'm taking it a step further than that. I'm taking it a step further in the sense that, let's say, this is your 30 million years. This is your 20 million years. This is your 50. This is your whatever. This is your whatever. This is your 100,000. This is your 10,000. This is your 1,000. Oh. This is your 1,000. This is your 30, right? You in my understanding is that you can develop a belief system that goes all the way through and stops here. And it says, I'm not worried about the procreation of my species, the longevity of other species, the blah blah blah, the importance, the this, the that, the this. None of that matters. I've only been developed well enough to be right here. And because I've developed this far, that means this is nothing more than the immediate gratification of my experience, which would allow me to do whatever I wanted to women, to do whatever I wanted to money, to do whatever I wanted to mankind as such, without worrying about all the 30 million years that has developed in order for me to get there. This belief system is good enough. And this belief system, which is good enough, was only developed through an issue that happened right here. And that's it. That's all it takes. And everything else is done. None of the stuff that you've done in your 30 million years of existence matters. You were broken right here. Because you were broken right here, this is as far as you can think. Because this is as far as you can think, you're not worried about the social dynamics or the metaphysical repercussions of your actions. In the same way that someone who understood all of this development, belief system, who believed in this metaphysical development, even was able to begin to extrapolate that far. You see what I mean? You can be just as much as a monster living right here than all the way right here. And even still, this probably isn't enough. You have to go all the way back. You have to have that primordial conscious entity that allows you to understand why it's wrong to cheat on your partner or murder a person. You have to have all of this. And all of this is more important than the cognitive function that was developed right here. That's what I mean, Dreams. What's up, Diabolical? No one knows. Just fucking followed. Banana, you just fucking followed me? That's crazy. My headset's about to die. Does that make sense? Am I missing something? Have I undermined what I'm talking about by saying this? Thoughts, guys? You guys are right here, by the way. That's why I'm looking up here. So what's next is when we get Lion Satan back, I need to talk to him about What do I need to talk to him about? I don't even understand what this is. I don't fucking. I came in at a horrible time. Look, love, diabolical. Reality is fucking strange, man. That's the answer. It's really strange. I'll do a part 3 of this. I'll probably turn this into a video, and put it on YouTube so that you can have an answer to what the fuck I'm talking about here. But for the large portion, we need to talk to Lion Satan. We need to talk to Lion Satan about religion, reality, and consciousness. Religion. Religion, reality, and consciousness. That's what we need to talk to Lion Satan about. Reality is fucking strange. No true words have ever been spoken. Dreams, does that make sense though? You see what I'm saying with this though, right? Okay, let's okay, look. Diabolical. We live in a world of non-linear, non-localized frequencies. These non-linear, non-localized frequencies go into our perceptive mind. It gets developed into archetypal formation, and then it turns into a solid structure. My argument, based off of all of this stuff, is that the only reason why this solid structure is developed is because there is a conscious entity inside, personified through black, inside of this non-linear, non-local frame of reference. There's an entity in there that's called consciousness that has a belief system in which it exists. The only reason why we can see the tree is because we are something that believes that we are real, that looks at other things that believe that we are real, that they are real, and that reality gets mapped onto our cognitive function and personified in reality. That's what it basically boils down to. We are the relationship that allows material properties to develop in the midst of non-linear, non-local time space. That's where we're at. Every time I join in, my shit gets fucking confused what you're thinking. I'm really arguing that you are not more than the matter. I have no problem about the belief system concept. I just argue that from an evolutionary point of view, the belief system that is most available to adapt and thrive will be the one that survives ultimately. Just as it always has done throughout humanity, it's not as static as you made it sound. I don't think it's static. I think it's not like it's like this. This, and this. This is the remote control for your audio system. This is the remote control for your TV system. And this is the remote control for your whatever. Who cares? For Netflix. The thing that correlates them is not a static identity. Right? A remote control is not a static identity. A remote control is the through line amongst all of these things. That's what I mean, dreams. It's not simply the fact that they are you know, this thing. It's the fact that you can use this thing to do something else, and that you can use this thing to do something else, and that something else is the same something else as what you could use with something else. That's what I mean. It's the through line between all of the identities that are being manifested. That's what I mean, Dreams. It's not as static as, oh, that's reality. This is what you believe. It's like, no. All the things that you believe, the fact that you believe in them, that's the thing that's real. Bro, please, I don't need this before I go to sleep. I just came in and say, hey, not a confusing ass theory. Love you, but peace, man. Peace out, Dream. Peace out, Diabolical. I saw you say that. Say fair enough, Dreams. That's why I said that. Peace out, Diabolical. I'll probably play some. I don't know what time is it. I can't even tell. So it's and even still, once you realize that all of that stuff is just plastic and iterations of this non-linear.
It's two.
It's two? Fuck me. Of these non-linear interactions of non-localized space-time, then you say, well, what actually even is this remote control that I call a remote control? Who knows? So there's a lot of stuff to this, and having someone learning about whatever the fuck he's learning about, that stuff, quantum physics makes this a lot more understandable, because a lot of this stuff doesn't really make a lot of it makes a lot of sense in the conceptual time sphere, but once you get down to the nitty gritty, when you start looking at Planck's constant, when you start looking at the photoelectric effect, when you start looking at this, it gets too bogged down. So yeah, I mean, hey man, nature is really weird. Nature's really weird. Nature's really weird. I'll probably make something else in this space. We can start from here, and then I can always come back to this. So next time, oops. Okay, so next time we'll build something in here. Yeah, we'll build something in here. A sex dungeon. So yeah, let me give me a second. I'll probably play For Honor for an hour. I'll probably play For Honor till 3 and then go to sleep, cause I got work. I got a real man job now. So we'll see. Thank you guys for watching. Huh. Was that at least interesting for you guys to even to contemplate? I'll develop some more concepts around why I feel this way. Yeah, I'll probably just play 1 or 2 matches of For Honor. For Honor. I'm too drunk. I enjoyed hearing your perspective on it. Ding. Yeah, man. It's weird. I'm always on the tennis court, tossing thoughts back and forth, and hitting thoughts back, forcing others and myself to raise their ideas. It's a pastime hobby of mine to encourage thinking creatures to actually think. So salute to you.
No oath is worth such fealty.
If I had this
We did what we had to.
understanding, if I had this information,
Someone
I would have
looked
done
down
this
on us.
fucking forever ago. I couldn't conceptualize it because I just didn't have enough information. Like I'm working on my master's for the sole purpose of developing this type of understanding. Like this shit is vital to my understanding and my comprehension. So yeah. I'm very interested in stuff like this. Fuck me. Oh, there goes my goddamn drink. Sucks. Man, liquid is such a weird fucking substance. That's so irritating. Funny how seemingly years ago when I brought up quantum physics, I got laughed out of chat. Now Lonnie doing entire streams on the subject. Times have changed. Just I don't know if I've ever laughed you out of chat. Just throwing that out there. I don't think I would have ever done that. We never laugh in this chat. Yeah, we're entirely serious. How dare you make a mockery of our artistic representations of reality? You don't ever laugh. I created a different oops. Yeah, Dreams, you gotta hop in. Whenever it says like reality is weird, or I don't know. You gotta check in just to see if I'm talking about it, because I'm actually at a point in which I'm capable of talking about it as you know, because the thing is, Lion Satan, he says that I have a very rudimentary understanding of the topic, but I only use quantum theory very sparingly, honestly. Quantum theory is it's more like a means to justify my own experience. I'm not using quantum mechanics to justify anything, really. Quantum mechanics is the base in which I use why conscious actualization needs to be manifested. We green today? Okay. Yeah.
lost Zone C.
There you go, anthropology. Oops. Oh, bitch. No game sounds? You know why? It's because the game is set to play audio. Can you hear the game sound now? Bro, this guy's fucking me up. This guy's fucking me up. I don't have any audio. Any drink. He's dead. How does it sound? It is actually too. I should probably go to sleep soon. Six takedowns. Let's get 6 takedowns. That's just 6 kills. I died. I don't think we were gonna get any kills from this game. I've died 4 times. The issue is they're 2v1ing everybody, and we're 1v2ing everybody. Sorry, I had to get some keys, no worries. We're 1v2ing everybody. We're very overconfident. Like I can't not. Yeah, I'm getting double teamed. I don't care. I just want to let you know. Yeah, that's a real problem because I'm getting audio sounds. Maybe because of Twitch audio. Did you hear what's his face talk? Did you hear what's his face talk? Lethal Companion or whatever his fucking name is. Lion Satan. Yeah, look, there's 3 of them over here. Grab. Full health. Thanks, teammate, who's just standing there for some reason because he's a fucking retard. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. Did you see that shit?
You captured Zone C.
The fact that they have
You
11
don't need
kills.
his help, you got this.
You don't need his help. Yeah, well, you know. Maybe if I was sober.
Never mind.
if I was sober, probably not. But
You lost Zone C.
with 3v1, I don't know if I have it in me. Oh, bullshit. No.
You captured Zone C.
Why you know playing them? He's not that cool, but I've been learning him. I just haven't gotten to the point that I can go and fight him, play multiplayer with him. Because what happens is, because of my level, I will only play people who are of my level. So even if I play new characters, it's still going to be at that level.
You lost Zone A.
This fucker is moving fast as hell, man. God damn. It's not character based, shitty. Yeah, it's really rough. I really wish it was because I've been trying to build my gladiator, but like when I go to fight gladiator, it's like these guys are attacking me. I can barely beat them with my main character because they're a level 300 something, and I'm only a level.
Lost Zone C.
Alright, stamina. That's fine. I'm gonna be able to attack, like, you know. I'm barely beating him off as is. So I honestly think this is a team issue, like the fact that they have double digits before and I have all 4 builds, like I think it's really just a matter of
You captured Zone A.
beating them off dirty. dead. Full health to dead. Full health to dead is kind of crazy, but
Lost zone A.
I've also had the most deaths. So what can you do? You know.
Your team is breaking.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed this first stream because those are my most enjoyable streams.
You captured zone C. Lost zone C. Your team is breaking.
What they won't do is kill me like that. Oh, why didn't you climb up, you bitch? Whoa, why is this not working? Oh, that's ridiculous. Can you turn the Game Master volume down like 3 notches? It's hard to hear you. It's fine. I'm fucking done. I'm gonna go to sleep after this. I'm losing.
Defeat.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I got work in the morning, and I actually have to go in early because I gotta figure out some more promos before I can. I just have. I got shit to do tomorrow. Theoretically, I should be able to stream tomorrow night. I know I didn't stream that much this night or this week, but how's this sound? Do I sound good? I'll do one more. I'll do one more. My throat hurts so bad. Oh, Jesus, but yo, what's up, Sega Season? How's it going, Michael? To the stream. You missed it, man. It was wild. It was a crazy stream. My stream doesn't even look like what it would normally look like. What's that? It's 2:22 over here. I got work in the morning. I have a ugh. Don't even get me started on collective consciousness, man. Collective consciousness is an entirely different domain that I would love to talk about, but I couldn't have talked about it. Dude, we streamed that whole thing took like 4.5 hours. Or 3.5 hours. That's crazy. No worries. I just got done streaming myself. Work in the morning is crazy. Yeah, I got work in the morning. What were you streaming, Sega? How's it going, man? I mean, I already said how's it going, but like, what were you getting into? What were you up to? I guess I should show you what I'm fighting against. Bro, why is all of my scenes all fucked up? This is some bullshit. I'll figure it out later. We've got a 116, 164, 169, and a 98, I think. I was playing For Honor Rainbow Six at Fortnite. You know, I liked Fortnite when it first came out. Before the seasons came out, that was my favorite Fortnite.
You lost.
I also played
You captured Zone. You captured Zone C.
fuck. Sounds like a Fortnite. I'm rep 300 though. Moved from PS. God damn. Rep 300 and what? In fucking For Honor or I said PUBG. I gotta play PUBG. I haven't played PUBG in a very long time. I miss PUBG. PUBG, Call of Duty, and
You lost Zone C.
there's probably another one in there that I want to play, but right now I'm not thinking of it. Yeah. I really can't get. Yeah, it's terrible. These guys are idiots. We can only play the game in one manner. Oh.
You lost.
Uh-oh. Oh.
You lost Zone B.
Go cancel.
You captured Zone C.
Block. Fuck.
You lost Zone
I can't tell if it's because I'm drunk or if I'm stupid. It's the main game I stream, Club TBH. I don't know. Magic 2. Is this the main game that I stream now, or is this just what's the main game I stream now? In the last 2 weeks, I've done nothing but stream my reality story.
You lost Zone A. You lost Zone C.
Bullshit.
You captured Zone C.
I'm gonna die here.
Zone A.
Woo! Give me my health back, bitch. For Honor needs more content. Depends on if you were drunk or not. The dragon was. The dragon and Thor's hammer. Oh, how that affected my Quince? The dragon and Thor's hammer a while back was cool. Oh yeah. I would have grabbed those if those were available for the goddamn Orochi, but they weren't. I did get this though. That's kind of badass.
You lost Zone A.
Bro, how did that fucking hit me? You're mine. Uh. Let's go. I think I just got lucky there.
You captured Zone A.
Oh man, that guy got fucked. Kill thief? Nuh-uh. I'm at the top of the leaderboard, baby.
You lost Zone C.
Oh man. No. No. God damn it. I'll take the kill.
You captured Zone C. You lost Zone A.
We run up here, we don't let them heal any more than necessary.
You lost Zone B.
Oh, brother in Christ. Bro, that's so irritating. That's so fucking irritating. They're both so low. I wish I had a character that gave me fucking 3 times armor. So irritating. Imagine. Oh yeah, you're at low health? Yeah, let's just give you fucking 60% more health. Ugh.
You captured Zone B.
Oh, brother in Christ. Oh, brother in Christ.
You captured Zone C.
Ah. Imagine Dark Souls rolling this game. Man, I gotta play Elden Ring again. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna make a crazy mod build of all of the really insane Elden Ring shit. I died. I don't know how I died. I got hit twice and I died. And then I'll just do a Elden Ring mod playthrough because
You lost Zone
I miss it.
You lost Zone C.
The Funky Speech one was my favorite. Oh yeah.
You captured Zone C.
Oh, brother in Christ. He got me. Yep. Yeah, that was a real fun moment.
Zone C.
Good 100-hour gameplay, you know? Bro, why the fuck? How do I not get any fucking revenge, bro? I'm fighting a 2v1 and I get hit multiple times and I get no revenge? I don't understand. Skill issue? Okay.
You captured Zone C.
Hey! Oh, this guy's fucking build is so irritating. Gaining health while being able to do that is so fucking retarded. Yeah, that's so stupid. That's a very stupid build. Like, he's got literally... Look at his fucking armor fucking building up. It's so fucking retarded, dude. Why did I take... How did this even affect me? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Your team is breaking.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Your team rallied.
Sega, what do you who do you play as? What's your main? If you don't mind me asking.
Team is breaking. Your team rallied. You captured Zone C.
Look, his health, his armor is just doing nothing but fucking replenishing. Fuck you, man.
Victory.
Rep 30 Orochi? Oh, really? One of these days you should, we should 1v1. I like playing Orochi because I like learning where my faults are. Don't worry about the level. I don't actually even care about the level. The level doesn't mean anything to me. I want to be a character in which I'm confident that I would win in. And I'm not there yet, so let's do one one duel. And then we'll probably call it. Nothing wrong with that. Well, a lot of people think so. I've been in a lot of arguments about that. So I just want to be someone that I'm confident in being a, oh my god, this goddamn bot. Confident in being an actual character in. So one of these days I'll be strong enough to be who I am. But until then, I will continue to practice humbly.
Round 1.
Are you just starting out as an Orochi, or have you done that? Oh god. Oh god. Or have you done another character beforehand? I just had a bunch of shit breakers. I need to hop off for a bit. Don't know if I'll be back really soon. But have a good. All right, peace out, Magic. I hope everything works out for you, man. Get your shit right. Peace, my bro, Skizzle.
Round 2.
I'm gonna do this, and then I'll probably call it because I'm drunk. One of the things about the AI. Oh fuck, am I gonna die here? No. Yes. Wow. Crass.
Round 3.
A lot of the times the AI will just let you do this. Which is why I'm surprised that I haven't fucking won yet. My nose is running. I don't have any toilet paper. Alright, after this I'm gonna fucking call it. Chat, we've got some really cool things. I hope you guys stick around and hang out with me because we got some really cool stuff to talk about. For Honor is just kind of like my drunk comfort game, so we do a lot of things that's not For Honor based. Alright, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you all. It's been very fun. And, enjoy. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace out, Skizzles out.